Hello, everybody. How's it going? Happy Saturday. Hope you're all doing well. Alrighty. So, last stream, I did a chroma core painting thing, which I only found out about halfway through stream, and so I was very rushed, and I was already committed to a vertical painting, which was a bad choice. At least I thought so. Puniwa, how's it going? Hello, Skittle. Welcome in. Hope you're doing well. So yeah, I took a peek at the chroma core thing before stream today to make sure I didn't have the same blunder as last stream, and I didn't. So there is no environment challenge today, so I am gonna paint whatever I want. Um, but yeah, I think the tall environment, the vertical one, while I was excited initially to do a vertical environment, and because it's fun to mix it up, it was a bad choice for that painting. At least for me, because I didn't have enough time to really sketch out a lot of different ideas, and the prompt, the very nature of it was Palm Springs, which is kind of and like it kind of asked for almost like a suburb. I guess. I mean, the entire town is kind of suburby. It's very spread out, and and it's just a very spread out city. So like you can't really show any depth, really. Like you can't show the emptiness of the like. It's very hard to show the emptiness of the space that it's supposed to be. And since it's modeled after a real space, it just makes sense to put it in a you know in a wider format. So that yeah, you always struggle. Skittle says you always struggle with portrait ones with such and subjects too. Yeah, I mean, I think different paintings I feel like kind of ask for certain things. Now, I will say I tried to lean into the tallness of the palm trees and stuff like that as best I could to, make it work with this. But I still feel like it wasn't the right choice. I think if I would have had time to sketch out more thumbnails and actually put a little bit more care into it, I could have come up with something that works really well. But it was a little bit more of a challenge to go vertical, I think, on this one. And because I screwed myself over by realizing that I was gonna. Oh, I should remove this. I, but yeah, I kind of screwed myself over by not realizing that there was a challenge at all. So yeah, in hindsight, I made some bad choices, but I think it turned out okay, all things considered. I still think even if I were just to stretch this, like to something like that, maybe on the sides too, but literally just extend it. I guess it would make sense to do this actually. And just extend everything outward. I think that would have been a much better choice. Because then I could actually show different things. I could show designs. I could put more of like a focal point. I'm not going to actually extend it all, but I think it just automatically it would already look a lot better. Anyway, that's my hunch, but not gonna save that. Gonna do some. Also, I did a thing. Um, I was going through a bunch of old art, and I found some interesting stuff, like stuff that I didn't even know that I had. Um, so that was interesting. Like I found some old art, like so I had moved a whole bunch of all my thumbnails. I have a ton of thumbnail folders, like literal hundreds of folders and thousands of thumbnails. This is a tiny. This is a fourth of them, so you can do the math. Um, Actually, this is about a fourth of the folders, and in each folder there is a series of 9 thumbnails, right? So you have batches like this. So I was going through some of the ones just to find things to upload to Instagram, and I stumbled across some stuff that was like pretty decent as like single just paintings for one stream that I was happy with. I'm like, what the heck? And I even found stuff that I had worked on and never uploaded anywhere. So like there was I found a few little lost things. I don't want to call them treasures because I quit working on them for a reason. But yeah, some stuff that I was kind of happy with. So anyway, I was surprised to find some, I don't know, a few hidden gems, I suppose, old things that um yeah. But most of the thumbnails were not, you know, I'm not really talking about thumbnails. I was more talking about stream paintings. Thank you, Puniwa. All right, so I'm gonna get started, and I did notice though, of all the stream paintings, I made a, well, I'm talking about a thing that hasn't happened yet, but I was making some Instagram posts to upload later, and I was going through and finding a bunch of or as many winter paintings as I could, all like icy stuff, anything with ice and snow. And I came to realize that I have a lot of snowy, desolate places. So, like, deserts with snow, or just like wintry areas that are purely snow. A lot of snow and water. I even have lots of snow and lava, that contrast of orange and blue. But I don't really have any snow and green. Like, I don't have a forest with snow, and so that was kind of striking. I pretty much don't have any white and green color palette paintings. Not that, I mean, you could get white in other ways. So I'm kind of gonna force myself a little bit to paint with a lot of green today, because I oftentimes just end up going into pure blue. So yeah, I'm gonna do some green paintings. Doesn't have to be snow or anything, but I just felt like that was something that was severely lacking when I was going through all of my hundreds of stream paintings, that just I didn't have any of those kind of color palettes, so, or environment types. I mean, I had a few, but not many. So I think what I'm going to start out with, I don't know, actually. I woke up from a nap recently, and yeah, I'm kind of, well, let's see. If my brain's still trying to figure out how to work. I guess I can just paint quickly, not worry too much about stuff. Some maybe grayish. Maybe I'll start kind of gray for now. A little bit of, I like the blue though. Some blue and green's always nice. But I oftentimes, whenever I paint snow environments, for some reason, actually really any environment, I always gravitate towards horizon line in the middle. So I want to keep it very, very low today. Or not today, but just for this painting. I'm going to start out pretty uninteresting. And see where I can go from there. Just putting, kind of Bob Ross styling it here. Sort of putting in blobs. Making a little bit of shapes already. Up for snow and snow drifts. Also, I discovered something. I feel like green is such a struggle for landscapes. I've always wanted to change it to different colors to make it seem more interesting. Yeah, I mean, I think I agree. I think there's a few things that I'm finding that I like, and I emphasis on I, because these are completely personal tastes and they're not anything concrete, and it's not like this is not like, perspective is, this way. This is very much just personal tastes. I find that, so to me, it's not so much about the color. I find if I just use green, it does become a little difficult. So a painting like this, for example, like this, right? This, I think, works. And these are all mine that I'm sharing. They're just things that I've done recently, and it's kind of on my mind. But things like this, I think, work because it's just very focused on warm and cool. And I feel like it's not too bad to paint with green. You can also add other colors into it, right? You don't just have to use green and more green. But I find that, similar to other colors, I think there's no reason it can't work if you just have interesting contrasts of shapes and colors. So while this painting may not be my favorite, I do think the light, dark kind of patterns and these almost just black shapes in here, I think you could do that with green. Same with like green and white. Like, you don't have to just have green. You could have like these bright white rocks contrasting with dark green shadows. So like I think there's a lot of ways to make a predominantly green painting with sort of patterns of other colors. Whereas if you're just doing like a green grassy field with everything green and there's green light coming through, I feel like that, I don't know, that's just kind of how I feel. Because like I've done some greener stuff. Like this is pretty green. But it also kind of has that bluish glow through it, so it's like the whole scene is being lit by this blue light. But yeah, I kind of agree. I think green stuff oftentimes just looks better as other colors. Even like yellow browns and or blues, like shifting it either warmer or cooler tends to look better. Um, but yeah, I think this is kind of when I think of a green painting, this is sort of the appeal that I'm going for personally, where it sort of has it's it has a lot of green, but it has like a strong dominating non-green color, or not dominating, but like an accent color that is quite strong, and it has like these, it creates some sort of pattern. And this may not be the best painting because it's not finished or anything, or you know what I mean. Like, it's not like a super detailed painting. But I think this is kind of how I can get a painting to work with predominantly green. So I think playing around with like not just because oftentimes I find what I do is I set up my painting. Let's see if I can find an example. This is a good example. I set up my painting with a very simple value structure. So like, oh, you can't see it. I set up my painting with a very simple value structure, like dark values in the foreground, light values in the background. It's essentially just a gradient. Right, if I turn my screen black and white, it's basically just a gradient. Darkest stuff in the foreground. Right, next painting, same thing. This is not the greatest values either, but they're also not green. Right, same thing here. This one actually, though, worked really well, I thought. And this one, I think, works because it has light, like interesting patterns of light and shadow, right? Whereas a lot of my paintings are just gradients. So, like, that's more or less just a gradient. Dark light, or dark in the foreground, light in the background, right? And I think a lot of my paintings, this one is just a gradient, mostly, right? A lot of them are pretty much just gradient. Even, like, yeah, most stuff is pretty much just gradient. And while I think it works, I think the ones that are going to be strongest tend to be the ones with interesting shadow and light shapes, where the light makes, like, it doesn't have to be light with light, though. It could be light with just, like, a white rock or something. So like this one, for example, where I think this, I don't know. I'm not even sure what I'm rambling about. Let's get to painting. Hey, Hanov, how are you? But yeah, I do think green is a struggle for environments. I mean, I remember when I was in college for landscape architecture, we had a professor who was like, just don't, like you can he basically was encouraging us to like paint purple trees, like make your shadows purple, right? Don't use black. Just make things. And it's funny, the ramble still helped me understand color better though. Well, again, this is kind of, that was mostly personal choice because I think there's other ways to use color. It's just and it was, I probably didn't find good examples of it in my own work because I'm kind of pointing out what my work is lacking. But I think having, because oftentimes I stand by this, especially if you're a beginner, is if you start paintings, when you're thinking of paintings and values, right? You're thinking of, instead of painting with lines, if you think of shapes and values, right? I stand by the thing that I say a lot, which is basically just make a couple gradients, right? You can have a foreground color, which is dark. You have a background color, which is light, or the sky color, right? And then you just get a gradient. And each of these layers can represent a different distance in the, a different depth in the distance. So you might have something here, maybe you have some like trees, right? You have some whatevers, right? Maybe there's little things here. Like this whole painting pretty much is just a constant. Maybe we'll go like that or something, right? But like this whole thing is pretty much just one constant gradient with little variations in value in the foreground, midground, background. But it's like, it's pretty much entirely one gradient, right? Where, and I think that's fine, but I think when you're painting with green, I mean, really, I think it helps to add a lot of variety. And again, it's not really even a green problem, but I think just in general, adding interesting variety in a way like where you add these dark shapes helps a lot, or like these subtle light shapes. So like the value difference in the shadows, like it's all in the shadow, but you still have light and dark. And I think those little things, right, these types of shapes are really important because that they allow you to break up, right? Instead of having, say, purple here, I could go to like a dark yellow brown or something. So it stands out just enough to be detail, but it's still, if I make my screen black and white, it's still like clearly within the shadow color, right? Like this color is much darker than this, than everything else, but it's still lighter than these other shapes. So I feel like you can get away with quite a bit, but you can keep the nice contrast. Anyway, I find that to be helpful when you're dealing with certain color palettes, whereas I think other color palettes can go really, really well with just, you know, making an overcast thing. Maybe it's because you don't find a lot of pure green overcast. I mean, I actually I think I know probably why it is, because green, funny enough, isn't really strongly affected by like a blue sky. Like it basically still just looks green, and technically that's because you have like the primaries of color. So like red, green, and blue, or sorry, primaries of light. So like the green is not reflecting blue light, like it's absorbing all the blue because it reflects green, and green is not one of the, like, if that makes sense. So like it's basically absorbing all the colors that isn't green, which is red and blue light, right? Because those are the primaries of light, at least as our eyes can see it. So it kind of makes sense why green, even in the shadows, is very green, which means if you don't have a strong light source, your painting is basically just green. There's not a lot of... It's very hard to get a lot of atmospheric... well, you can still get atmospheric perspective, but you're not going to get a lot of nuance in the ambient light, right? It's basically green and dark green, right? There's not different shades of green. Whereas like in a desert scene, right, with like a yellow white sand, the ambient light is blue, right? So you have this blue light affecting all of the stuff, but if you get like a red rock or a white rock or something with, or let's say a reddish orange rock or something, right? That's gonna make the orange sand here, like in this painting. I'm ranting today a lot. Where is it? It's this was the one that I showed, right? Oh yeah, like in this painting. So even though these colors aren't accurate, you're gonna get variations in the shadows. Oh, you can't see that. Like you're gonna get variations in the shadows where you have the blue reflecting the sky on the sand, so you're gonna get like a bluish color. But then you're gonna get parts like the undersides of rocks that aren't touching the sky, where it's gonna be more red because again you have the orangey sand color or whatever that isn't getting the sky, so it's mostly just orangey red, right? But in the areas where it is facing the sky, it actually is picking up that blue. But I feel like you don't quite get that as much in green environments because it doesn't pick up the blue as much. It just stays green. So you essentially have green on green, and there isn't these... Even in the shadows, you're not getting that variety. So you really have to force it, I feel like. And I think that's where adding other materials, like adding in white rocks and adding in black, obsidian rocks, or just something to give it a little bit of, I don't know, interest. That's my kind of theory, I guess. I don't know if there's really anything to it, but it tends to be what I observe. And I guess the same would be true for like a very, very red, a purely red painting, right? Purely red or a purely blue painting even, but that's tough. But not really, right? Because typically if it's a purely blue painting, you'd still light the scene well, I don't know. I guess it's easy to have like. Also, I think it's hard because oftentimes I think we're drawn to yellow light and blue sky, right? Like at least I am because environment painting, right? Blue sky, yellow sun. But with something like a blue and yellow are basically opposites. With green, it's kind of tough because the opposite of green, right? It's like, oh, I can just make a red sky. Well, not really. Like that's weird, right? It's also the red doesn't really interact with green because again, primary colors, like at least yellow interacts with blue, right? Because yellow is not a primary, so it does illuminate the blue a little bit. It makes it a warmer blue. A red sky is gonna just make black shadows. Like it's just weird on a yellow sky a red sky on a green surface. It's gonna do funky things to your colors. It's gonna be like a sunset where certain things just turn black and you can't see the color at all. Like I don't know if you've ever been going down the street, like if you're walking down the street at sunset when the sun's setting and it's basically a red sky, certain colors of cars just basically all look dark. You don't know what color they are because there's not enough light information to actually make those colors like show, because they have to actually reflect the color. Like you have to have the color of the object in the light. So like you have to have red light in the in the sun, which it does because it has white light, but you have to have red in the sun to illuminate red objects, right? Or you have to have green in the sun to illuminate green objects. And obviously during the day we have all of the colors, right? It's the whole prism. But at night, when it's predominantly like a red, you don't have that blue light, right? You don't have the green light. Those things aren't illuminating green and red. They're just going to look black. So you essentially have black cars or very dark cars, right? There's still a little bit of white light, but it's very, very dark. And I feel like that's essentially the same effect when you're painting with green. You're basically screwing yourself out of an entire portion of the rainbow. Like it's very hard to use like a red light. Anyway, that's my hot take. Okay, what do I want to do with this? Let's just make some shapes. I'm 27 minutes in and I'm just now starting. So if anybody's watching this, you had to skip ahead because it's gonna be boring. I'm just gonna make some very tall rocks. Making sure these are offset. Ooh, let's make that one lower. Alright, painting time. Actually starting now. So anyone who's just joining, welcome in. I'm gonna do like a big old tree thing or something. I don't know. I do paint a lot of big trees, but I also feel like I always paint the same big tree, so I think it's gonna be fun today to kind of vary or try to vary stuff. I don't know. I'm just kind of making some shapes, not really worrying about anything right now other than just exploring stuff. Maybe making shapes, maybe I will add in some light or secondary sources in here, but right now I just want to mess around with stuff. I have a hunch I'm gonna mostly stick to greenish colors today, though. I will use what I want to avoid though is just going yellow, green, and cool green. Like I want to avoid this color palette because this is like, to me, this has become the easy mode color palette where I have these cool dark blue greens, right, like this. And then you have these warm yellow greens up top that are casting the light. This is my way of going easy mode for green because it looks, right, it's easy to do. It looks nice. But I also find myself that's the only thing I ever do. So I'm going to avoid that today. I'm going to try other things, different color palettes. I still want to use a bunch of greens. I'm going to do a lot of smudging. A lot of smudging, a lot of blurring. Just trying to keep it loose so that my brain can understand what's happening. Ooh, what if I do this? This is a little unusual for me, I feel like. Where we just have this thing in the middle. And if I do that, this is where I think I can potentially... Okay, this is going to be a risk. I'm going to come in here and basically make some hard shapes, or hard edge shapes, I should say, where I can really bring in this like bright snow color. Again, it's still in shadow. Okay, and if I do add in like snow up here, the problem with this is now that I need to make sure that this is silhouette. Maybe there's some rocks or something that has some snow on it, but not too much. I also want to silhouette the stuff because so I think if I do it right, I can make some interesting shapes. So I can still have this dark green in the foreground, but I can put little patches in here. I can put these patches of snow. At least that's my plan. And then, of course, just patchwork back here. So I think this will work. I think something like this, where we just put this lots of snow, but also just little patchworks of... I mean, this is not quite looking good, but we'll see how it goes. And then maybe some darker occlusion shadow type stuff in here. I haven't quite got this figured out yet, but... Or not occlusion shadow, ambient occlusion. I guess, I don't know, it doesn't really matter what you call it, as long as you know what I mean. I think technically that would not be a good term. So I think that's okay. Like for snowy green stuff. And then of course we'd have the green sticking up like this. We'd have little bits of green poking up. And maybe even some little strands. Something like that. Basically just anything to sell the idea that this is grass. And there's little patches of snow. Maybe there's some snow on top of these things. Again, this was supposed to be a tree, so maybe we'll have to actually make it look like a tree. Something like that. I'm trying to carve out some shapes a little bit. I think it kind of works. Maybe there's some snow in here. These little areas where, there's nooks and crannies where the snow sits. I feel like that's something I feel like I get from references. Reminding myself to, I mean, I'm not looking at references right now, but it's like a thing where always, whenever I look at snowy images of like snow and plants, it always reminds me, oh yes, the snow sits on top of the plants. Don't forget those. There was a question today on Reddit. I typed a lengthy answer to, but I was kind of tired and I think I typed a terrible answer. But the question was more or less like, where do you think and I didn't do a lot of research, so I was just speculating. But the question was more or less, where did the misconception or the notion that some people have that references are bad, or that like real artists don't use references, like where did that notion come from? And I was speculating. I was thinking that it probably has to do with a few different things, but I think first there's an element of like teensy tiny bit of truth to it, right? Which is not real. Sorry, not that the real artists don't use reference, but I think the teensy tiny bit of truth is that there is a thing, like if you have a total mastery over a subject, like say a certain type of architecture, because maybe you're an architect, you probably don't need to reference it. Like if you've done it a million times, you literally know the blueprints. Like if you're the creator of a certain type of architecture, you probably don't need a reference to get it accurate, right? At some point, you have a mastery over the subject, and you don't need to reference it to get accuracy. But obviously, references are still good because they can give you things other than accuracy, like just good ideas, like things that you hadn't thought about. Going back to my old example of like graffiti on rocks, you might be looking up like old rock walls and have just never even considered that you might want to add graffiti to it. But old walls oftentimes have graffiti, and so you notice that, hey, this rock wall has graffiti on it. Maybe I can add graffiti in my painting. That would give it some life, right? Stuff like that, I think, is where references are really good, is they can actually give you ideas that maybe you hadn't thought of, beyond just how do I paint rocks in a wall, right? Like, you don't have to be a master to paint rocks without references, but they're still good. But anyway, so I was speculating where this notion comes from potentially, but I feel like it has the notion that references are bad has got to just be coming from a few spots, right? There's like, what? Hey, Stereo, how's it going? Hope you're doing well. Hope you are well. I also was speculating that like a lot of beginner artists have this notion of like painting what's in your head is sort of the gold standard. And so like the idea that an artist's work comes purely from their brain, right? As if it's like, without really realizing that, well, clearly you aren't going to have a fully designed painting with the composition figured out, the story's figured out, the color, the story is done, the colors are the mood is figured out, and has no room for improvement. Like, I think that is like, it's obvious if you say it out loud, like, oh yeah, of course you're gonna need to edit it, right? You're gonna need to change parts to make the idea stronger. You're gonna need to do some research, right? Like if you're writing, if imagine you're writing something, like of course you're gonna have to go reference and use research and all that. But like, I think for some reason with painting, people think that their idea is going to be exactly the way they envision it. And that to me is just an obvious misconception. But I think non-artists have this too, where it's like, oh, you just imagine stuff. Or the idea of like creativity being somehow like, oh, art is creative and creative is imaginative. And there's like, they set up this sort of false dichotomy of like, did you paint this from imagination or did you use references? And it's like, well, both, because you can better your imagination with references. Like, imagine historic fiction writers or something not using research and references. Like, this is how you know a writer is, like, not doing their due diligence, is like when they get all the basic stuff wrong, right? And they don't know how horses work. They don't realize they can get tired, or they don't, they forget that their character, like, it's just basic stuff, right? And I feel like these kinds of things, like, this is where references and research comes into play. And the same thing in art, right? Like, you just can make things a little bit more accurate and a little bit better if you use I don't know. So this idea that references and imagination are at odds with each other seems weird. So yeah, anyway, there's just a whole bunch of ideas of why I think this comes about, but and then I think there's also this, which I think some of it is on the fault of artists, which is the notion of, like, return to basics, or like that the more primitive you are, the better. So, if you're using fancy gadgets and somebody isn't using fancy gadgets, the person who isn't using the fancy gadgets is by default the better artist, right? There's this idea that, like, tools are as a crutch, and anything beyond, a clump of coal and a piece of paper is, like, anything beyond that is a crutch. Or there's this, like, very, it's this notion that, like, there's this sort of primitive, one layer painting, not using your tools, right? It's painting for going out in nature and painting from life, nothing else, right? Or you're just sitting in a room and painting from imagination, nothing else, right? There's this idea that, like, using references or using tools, heck, some people are like, using rulers is bad, right? Because why use a ruler when you can just draw it and then the line looks organic, right? Organic lines. Everything is, it looks, there's a little bit of wobbliness in there, the sort of the praising the unevenness, praising the mistakes, if you will. And I feel like that can be taken way too far, to the point where, like, oh, you're using outside resources. Ugh, that's not good. And I feel like all these little things compound into making people think, oh, I've got to paint from my head and not use any tools. And real artists, they can paint without references, so I should be able to. And it's sort of this compounding effect where it's like, people just have this notion that good artists don't need references. And I think it's absurd. But also, it kind of makes sense. Anyway, thank you for coming to my TED Talk. How are you, Nex? Hope you're doing well. Actually, I'm going to use some of that color palette I was talking about, my green color palette. But I'm also going to add in some blues. But yeah, I guess I have a lot of pet peeves when it comes to art. Most of them revolve around what I think of as misconceptions about how people actually do stuff. And they always just kind of annoy me a little bit. Which is, I shouldn't let it annoy me. But I think a lot of it we oftentimes do to ourselves. And then it hurts us because, like, we're doing it to make ourselves look better in the eyes of others or something, but it ends up hurting everyone, because sometimes it's like, people aren't doing art because they don't think they can learn it, because they feel like it's this, like, if you can't, if you don't have an inner eye, then you're, whatever you call it, right? If you have, like, aphantasia, or if you have, maybe you just don't feel like you're good at envisioning things, right? Maybe you don't feel like you have a lot of ideas, as if somehow that means you can't do art. But I think a lot of people are convinced of that, unfortunately, because we sort of tout these almost like wishy-washy magical abilities. And I feel like it just, I don't know. It's always been a pet peeve of mine ever since I started actually learning how to do art or how to paint. So yeah, definitely a pet peeve of mine. Which, part of it makes sense, because I think art is extremely complicated in the sense that there's just a lot of moving parts. I mean, it's very simple. Every skill is very basic, right? It's like, oh, you can make, light and shadow, right? By, casting light on a form. Like, that's pretty basic, right? Drawing in perspective, also pretty basic, right? Then there's like color theory. On the surface, it's pretty basic. In practice, it's a little harder, right? Then there's things like composition, which kind of take into account everything, right? And then it's like, okay, that's getting a little complicated. And then you have storytelling, and then you have shape design, and then you have like all sorts of like you have all these moving parts. And I think that's where when someone is doing it well and it's like they're effortlessly juggling and they can just shut off their brain and juggle all these parts, and someone's like, how do you do it? They're like, oh, I just move my hands and I'm juggling. And they're like, what? When I move my hands, I don't just juggle. And so it sounds like they have some magical ability because, juggling, obviously understand juggling, but like it feels like these people are superhuman because they're juggling it all, while they're painting all seamlessly. And it's like, oh my god, how that's literally impossible for me. Yeah, it is because you haven't practiced. But like if you go baby steps, you just can eventually start juggling, but you have to go slow, right? You can't just jump into juggling 100 things at once. And I feel like that is where we perpetuate this terrible notion that like art is like magic, because we're really bad at explaining our own processes. So it's like, how did you come up with this? Oh, I just do it. It just comes to me as I paint. As if that's some reasonable explanation. Like, no beginner artist who doesn't have things, quote unquote, just come to them while they're painting. Like, if that doesn't happen to you, you're gonna be convinced that you just can't do art, right? Like, surely if everyone else who does art at a proficient level is like, oh, it just comes to me. No, we gotta be better than that. Like, I feel like this is a topic that people need to talk about because people are convinced that they can't do it. Maybe they're not convinced. I don't know. I think some people are. The number of times I hear people who don't do art are like, oh, I could never do that. I'm not creative. I can't, I don't have ideas like you have. I can't see stuff in my head like you can. It's like, what? No, I'm not doing that. That's not how that works. I mean, maybe for some people, but I kind of like this. Let's see. I'm trying to add in just some interesting shapes here. I can always go back and change things. Okay, maybe there's like a little river. Ooh, I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to make a little squiggly. And I'm going to make it white, which is, I know, pretty common for me. I do this kind of thing a lot, where I make these little squigglies. But then I'm going to take the squiggly. I don't know if this is going to work. This is not going to work, is it? I don't know. I'm not sure what I'm doing anymore. I'm trying to make some interesting shapes down here, but I feel like I'm not succeeding at all. Although, I could maybe come in here with like an airbrush and add in some like bright snow or something. I don't know. I'm just playing around now. Now this yellow makes no sense up here. I don't do a lot of foggy paintings. Malagrana, thank you for the follow. I realize I don't do a lot of foggy paintings with like an actual soft fog because I oftentimes just paint with a super hard brush. So while I do use a lot of atmosphere in my paintings, I don't typically get like that classic fog look. So maybe that's something that I'll get better at. Or not get better at, but do more of today. Or something. Okay, this is just gonna be like a pass. Okay, this is not very green, but that's okay. I know I was saying I wanted to paint some more green stuff. Maybe this can be a little darker. I do want to make sure that I have a separation of foreground, midground, background stuff. And that's kind of what I'm trying to do here. Is bring in some foreground shapes by going a little darker in the foreground. So I have this like purple here, which is kind of cool. Maybe I can work some of that in. Down here, these little, maybe this is like the rocks are on the side of this snow. And then down here, it's just like, I feel like I have a scale issue going on, but that's okay. Maybe I can remedy it. I'm just trying to make some darker shapes back here that could represent some of these little rocks or stones. I was talking to Rona today, and she gave me a little critique, kind of. And I think she pointed out some really interesting things. And it was in some of my non-finished work, so it was, some of the stuff was things that I had already known. But she gave me she pointed out some things like here in this painting. Let me show you. I've already shown it once today on screen, but in this one, despite being like a sketch, I think this painting still works. And I think the thing she pointed out was that there's like a clear difference between the softness of the brushstrokes in the back versus like the foreground where I have these hard lasso tooled edges. And I feel like this sort of, which is common, right? Everyone knows, oh yeah, you could just blur the background of your image, right? Because it's far away. But I think there is, I think oftentimes I don't push that enough, and the whole painting looks kind of samey. So like, for example, in this one, everything's kind of the same. Technically, I do have more blurry stuff in the background, and it's softer, but it just doesn't quite have this same punchy read as, say, this one, where this has these really defined hard edges and light and shadow and clear. Like, I feel like there's a lot more crispness going on in the foreground here and a lot less in the background, and it's noticeable. And I feel like a lot of my stuff doesn't have that. So I want to focus on doing that a little bit. Like, it doesn't just have to be hard edges, but it could just be like stuff like this, for example. Oops. Where we have some defined hard edges here and basically none in the background. Like, we still have edges, but they're just not quite as hard. I don't know. I don't think that's the only thing, but also just having a focal point. I guess even this painting doesn't quite have a focal point. But actually, I kind of like this, though. So here, let me take this painting and let me do an iteration on it. Copy. I realize we're an hour in and I've done 3 thumbnails, so we're 2 thumbnails. So not exactly at a speedy pace here. Let's actually go back to this. Let's do... I want to add in some light. But if I do that, let's try this. Let's do another layer, like a multiply layer. Oh, thank you for the follow, Improvised. How are you? Hope you're doing well. I apologize that I'm not catching the alerts as immediately as they go off. I still can't hear my alerts. They've been, well, they're broken on my end, and I'm not sure why. They've been like this for a while. But I know you can hear them. Or I don't know, but I suspect you can hear them. So sometimes I'm ever so slightly late. But anyway, I hope you're doing well. Welcome in. Okay, I'm gonna try some. I'm gonna do like a glow dodge. I'm just gonna slap in some orange. Getting these nice oranges or something in here. Do I want this to be in light? I mean, kinda. Maybe, maybe not. Trying to figure out where I want the light to be. Presumably having some sort of path in here that catches things in light in various spots. I feel like the foreground, I don't normally do foreground in light. I feel like it's not too bad though. These look great. I hate my environments, my shapes and rendering are terrible. Well, I don't render, so... and by that I mean everything just stays as blobby shapes. I feel like the rendering, honestly, is the least important thing in environments. I will say there are some artists who their rendering is so gorgeous that it really sucks you in. But I think the initial impact, like, as always, it is shapes and composition and values. Like, it really isn't rendering. Rendering can definitely be gorgeous if you spend a lot of time on it. But I think that's, like, comes at the end of the painting, and you can already have your painting look great long before you render it. But yeah, rendering something I want to spend more time on. It's funny, when I was starting painting and first watching all the YouTube videos and sort of discovering digital painting for the first time and just figuring out what it is and like realizing that it's a thing at all. I remember watching a lot of videos, and one of the things that some artists talked about is like, the things that are on their mind when they're painting. And they oftentimes would emphasize like they are focused on edge control, but a beginner should be focused on other things like basic fundamentals, right? But these artists who were talking, they're focused on, some of the more nuanced and sort of taste, like topics in art that have a lot of taste and preference to them, right? Very much style. You could even call them stylistic choices, like how you tackle edges or how do you merge shadows or do you at all, or what do you do? Are your details in the light, or do you want to put the details in the shadow? Like, that's a preference. You can pick one. Doing both might not work. But like, having sort of these preferences of stylistic choices that you make. And they were talking a lot about that, and I didn't really get it. I was like, whatever. If they're focused on this, I should focus on that stuff too. And then hey, Popcorn, how's it going? These look great. Thanks. Thanks, FFS. And I've come to realize that for me, like, rendering is just that type of topic. Like, I am now at the point And I'm, not to say that I'm super far along, but I am now at the point, I mean, I guess I kind of am, relatively speaking, compared to a lot of people. Um, but yeah, I'm at the point where rendering went from a non-issue for me. I really don't think it was important. And this is one of the things I think I did right, which is not focus on rendering too early. And I'm now at the point where I am focusing on details, and it's hard. I feel it's hard for me to talk about that because I don't want to imply to other people that I think details are super duper important. Right? It's like now that I'm at the point where I actually think I need to focus more on rendering, it's hard because if someone says, "Oh, I've never painted environments, I don't know how to render that much detail," right? My solution is don't, right? Don't render that much detail, right? Because it's not that important. But there is a point where you're going to want to do details and then you're going to have to figure it out, but like that's so much later in my opinion, right? This is like I feel like details are like the last if you were to rank order everything in a painting, right? I feel like details for environments are like one of the last. Like you don't need to detail a rock, right? You can literally put a blob and it can represent a rock, right? You can get away with extremely loose and painterly paintings without a lot of details. But then there's artists like there's this guy on Twitter who I keep seeing post, and he posts the same image, but it's fine because I like it. It looks great. Um, it's like he always posts this like deserty painting with these rocks, and they're beautifully rendered. There's this intricate, ornate like carvings on them. There's these cut lines. If you have like a cylinder like this, right? He has these beautiful cut lines that curve around the cylinder, and then they're like the bottom half might be a darker color than the top half, but it's like there's still a strong dominant one singular light source on it. So like it still reads like it reads appropriately. If that makes any sense, like you can tell it's all lit by the same light, but the rendering is just gorgeous. I don't know his name. Maybe he's on Twitter right now. I'd like to share it. But yeah, like his art's one when I look at it, I'm like, oh my god, it's so rendered. It's so good. Here, let me see if I can show in my surely it's in my likes, right? Maybe if I just scroll down I'll find him. He posts a lot. No, that's the terrible way of doing it though, right? Surely. Surely just scrolling down is not a good way to find this person. How do I find someone? Maybe if I go to profile. Popcorn says, you've been going through old sketchbooks and things, found a graphic novel I wrote several years ago and started trying to redraw it. It's a bit cringy rereading it, but the character designs are fun. Oh, that's so awesome. That is very awesome. Oh, here it is. Anthony Avon. So this art is one where it reads really well. Here, let me retweet it just so it's since I'm talking about it. There we go. So this one is a good example where this art, it reads very well. It has all the graphical stuff, but when you click on it, you're like, oh my god, these details. These rocks are so beautifully rendered. I mean, I will admit, I think the foreground stuff's a little wonky, but like the focal point rocks are just so gorgeous. I don't know if it even comes through on the stream because it's kind of small, but I feel like this is the type of painting that makes somebody who is new to environment say, "Oh my god, I want to start detailing everything." And I feel like even in this painting, despite it being so good, the details still are like not. I mean, it's funny, like the details are gorgeous in this, but but they're still not that important, like to the overall impact of the painting. So it's this weird thing that I'm grappling with now, right? Like 10 years into painting, where I feel like I want to start pushing my paintings or my detailing a little bit more into this area. Not this level of detail, but just a little bit closer to this. And it's hard to even talk about it without implying that I think it's super duper important, because I don't. But it's, yeah, it's a tough one for me, at least as somebody who streams. So yeah, anyway, he has all these beautiful section cut type stuff. Not section cut, but you know what I mean. Cut lines, or whatever you call them. But yeah. So that's a thing that I'm sort of struggling with, I guess. I guess struggling. Like artistically, not mentally or anything. I feel like it doesn't weigh on me any, because it's just a matter of putting in the time and effort to detail stuff. But dang, if it isn't beautiful, like maybe there's little waystones here, or little stones that catch some of the light. And again, I was talking about using bright lights for stuff. Maybe they're like actually, I don't know, different material. Maybe I should hold off on that for a moment. But like I could go like this, right? Kind of copying Anthony Avon right there. But no, just kidding, not really at all. But yeah, it's hard not to look at that though and be like, I want to paint those beautiful rocks. And I don't. It's funny when I see artists do stuff that I want to do, I get pumped up. I don't know. Some people like. Do you guys get pumped up, or do you get like? Do you start like thinking negative thoughts when you see an artist do stuff that like you want? I don't know, but like on another level, like do you guys sort of, I don't know, get, I don't know, negative on yourself? Hey, how's it going, Ruin? Hey, how am I? I'm doing really well. Thank you for asking. Hope you're doing well also. Yeah, I'm doing well. We were just talking about detailing and how I think it's not actually that important, but also sometimes I see people do details that are just like, oh my gosh, that's so gorgeous. Uh, Yee ya ya hee ha. Yee ya hee ha. I like your name. Thank you for the follow. Hope you're doing well. We have a slight, ever so slight cowboy theme here on stream. Very slight with our raids and our subscribes. We have cowboy alerts. But hope you're doing well. I love that there's always a bigger fish to admire and emulate. I feel like I learn things just by seeing different styles and skill levels. I suck hard at painting, and years of trying don't stuck with me. Yeah, that happens. Yeah, I don't have a perfect recipe, but I do feel like I think a lot of it comes down, and I know this is like, I don't know how to, yeah, I mean, I haven't seen your art, so I don't know what it looks like or anything, but I truly believe anyone and everyone can learn and continue to increase their skills. But I do think there is sort of a mindset to it. And as cheesy as it sounds, I think there's an element of like seeking new information and being a little bit resourceful, but also like having a true understanding that you can learn it. Because I feel like, to me, learning is kind of like a cycle, right? Where you like you see something, right? You observe, right? You observe something, and then you try it, right? Try it, and then you kind of like evaluate it. You say, okay, well, did that work? So right, so evaluate. This is in no particular way. I'm probably gonna goof this little circle up, and then you're like, okay, well, what the heck, like, what went wrong? And then you're like, I don't know. So let's just say evaluate, because maybe you don't know what went wrong. And then you go research, and this is where like I think this is the thing that a lot of people struggle with, which is essentially just learning. Like, this is where you go and, like, I don't understand basic perspective, right? Like, let me go watch a video on perspective, right? This, I think, is the stage that people get hung up on. I think a lot of people just see art, they try it, they don't understand, so they go back and look at art, they try to, right? And this, I think that's wrong. I think you have to go through this stage of, let me go and find a video, right? Let me go and read a book, or let me go and get a critique, right? This is where you learn a new concept, right? Maybe you learn perspective or color theory. Then you go and observe what you just learned in other people's art, right? To see how they did it. How did they apply what you just learned? And then you try it again, and then you evaluate, like, and then you go back. And so I think this stage where you do like a little bit of research and learning is super important, but you also always have to circle back around, right? And so it's just this big loop of observing and trying it and then evaluating your own art, but everything kind of tied back to what you're learning, right? So if you learn something, yeah, Yuki, I'm going on a rant. So if you learn something, you kind of say, okay, well, am I doing the thing that I learned? Yes or no, right? And if no, then you go back, observe, and try it again, right? Like, it all kind of focuses around on what you learn, and then you observe what you learn, you try what you learn, you evaluate it, and then you say, did I get it right? If not, go back until you do. But like, you have some anchor of learning, right? And so there's this kind of, everything kind of goes back to the knowledge that you have. Like, again, you can't just, I feel like just trying perspective, if you don't have an understanding of the core concepts, like, you're never going to get it, right? Because you're not going to reinvent the wheel. Like, perspective didn't come about for a very long time because people didn't really have a grasp of how to do it. And then suddenly they did, right? And so then everyone started doing it. And I feel like you're not just gonna, just by, I mean, you might be able to understand it by replicating what you see, but I feel like on the whole, it's just unlikely. I don't know. I feel like this is where I think actually absorbing new knowledge and different sources, and just because you learn a little bit about perspective doesn't mean you need to never watch another video on it or read another book on it. Like, there's always more to learn, right? Just because you learn a little bit about shape design doesn't mean you're going to be able to get it right away. There's always more to learn. And so you constantly have to go through this cycle, right? This loop of going over and over and over. Like, it literally never ends. It's not like you touch on, I don't know, color theory and you're like, oh, I've got it. I watched one video and now I read James Gurney's book on color and light, right? I've got it. No, his book might be, pretty close to all encompassing, but one read through is not going to make you have it because it's like juggling a million things. I don't know, that's how I view learning. So I think if you have sort of that mindset of, it's almost like I always say this on stream, and I feel like at some point I'm just self-diagnosing myself with ADHD or something else, but I feel it's a very jittery way of learning, in my opinion. You try something, you go and it's like you try the door, it doesn't work. You go back and you rummage through the drawers for the keys, right? Then you go back and try the door again. Then you go back and look for some other way to break the door down. Then you go back and try it. You keep on going back and forth and back, and you're trying all these different things, but you're always coming back to this core problem, right? Until you finally get it. And then you're like, oh, next problem. And you're kind of scurrying around. And I feel like it's a very, like, you're being resourceful. You're not staying in one spot, right? You're trying new things. I feel like that, to me, is at the core of, like, for me, of learning art. Like, that's kind of how my brain works. It's like, I'm not just gonna sit with a painting for 300 hours until I feel like I've learned something. Like, no, I'm gonna go seek information. I'm gonna go study stuff. I'm gonna put it aside, quit, go do something else, and come back, right? And me doing something else is still gonna be art focused, and I'm gonna be trying to, just, I might not know where I'm searching, but I'm just going to be frantically searching any and everything until maybe I stumble in the right, on the solution, and then I'll come back. And then I go and just scramble around for a bit, and then I come back. And it's this constant, like, it's almost like you're a mouse looking for something. You're looking everywhere. You're going into every single corner, and then eventually you're like, I've got it, and then you run all the way back, and you know it's it's I feel like it's like I want to make a comparison to like ADHD, but at the same time, I actually think it's a really useful thing. Also, what is this? I think it's a useful thing to do that because then you're actually still looking for answers as opposed to just, saying, why is it not working? I'm never going to learn. It's like, no, you don't care because you're just going to go do something else and you're going to go learn. I don't know. I wonder if anyone else has that sort of experience with art or how learning works for other people who feel like they've made really good progress. Like, is it because some people do just say just draw all day. Like, I don't agree with that. I feel like if I just draw all day, I'll make some genuine discoveries, but I have to have that sort of anchor. I have to have the thing that like I go back to, whether it's other people's art, and I think that's an important one. I think maybe you don't have to have all of them all the time, but I do think having some of them most of the time is good. So like having a professional art that you're looking at that inspires you that you can always go back and evaluate. Like I don't think you always have to be, you know, I never make good progress. I shall try. I mean, I think if you're not making good progress, it's because you're missing something, right? And this is where asking other people or just watching more stuff, right? It's sort of like, um, I mean, essentially, it's just doing research, right? You're like, what fields? Surely there's some. Gosh, I'm trying to think of an example, but any sort of like science field where you oftentimes are just trying to learn as much as you can about something, and you don't actually know what your big breakthrough is going to be. You're just trying to learn anything and everything because every new discovery might lead you to new solutions further down the road, right? It's like the challenge of going to the moon ends up being the reason that we have, all these different technologies because they had to make things lighter and smaller and they had to make things more reliable or they had to make things more heat resistant so they develop better materials, right? Or they have to do all these little things and just by going out and learning as much as they can and solving all these problems, they end up actually solving other problems, you know, that doesn't relate to what their initial problem was. And I feel like a lot of art is like that, right? It's like, oh, you're having a problem with composition. Well, just by, going out and watching things on directing, right? Listening to interviews from directors who talk about filming, and suddenly they're talking about composition or something related to it, and you're like, holy crap, this is what I needed, right? Nobody could have told you, oh, the thing you're looking for is going to be in this random video by this up and coming director that no one's ever heard of, but like you might find a little nugget of wisdom in there that solves your composition problems or like gives you a new breakthrough. And you don't really know where it's going to come from, but as I feel like as long as you keep learning and trying things and exploring, you're just going to keep building your body of knowledge and you'll have more dots. It's like you expand your dots, right? You expand all of your knowledge outward, right? You make like these extra perimeters, right? And you keep on making all these data points, and pretty soon you're like, oh, that one connects there and there, there, there. You just keep on making the web bigger and bigger. But like if you just stay in your little circle, like you might be able to connect all these webs, but it's not very big, right? You need to branch out and just keep expanding because you don't know where you don't know where they're going to lead. And so you just keep on connecting all the dots. And every time if you ever get stuck, you just start making more dots, right? You go out, learn more random info, and you're like, oh, wait, that old thing connects to this and this and this. And then pretty soon you have all these new dots, right? You have all these new pathways of knowledge. I just made a mess. But I don't know. I guess that's how I think of it. I don't know. It's something. But yeah, I also, asking questions. If you ever have any specific, things. Like I like to talk about art and how I do things, but it's hard if you don't know, what the person wants to know. So, I can talk very vaguely about stuff all day, but I do like talking more concretely about things. So yeah, if you do have any, not that I'm, not that I have all the knowledge or anything, there's still I'm always going to be a student in the sense that I'm always going to be learning stuff. What if this might be terrible, but let's go with the red color. Red and green could go wrong, right? I'm probably just impatient. Yeah, could be part of it. I don't know. I mean, I think that's just a human problem, right? Because art takes a long freaking time. Like I always try to remind myself, like, I'm gonna paint till I'm old and my hands don't work anymore. Like, I'm gonna be painting for a long time just because, well, one, I like it, but also it's a skill that I can just keep growing at. So as long as I want to keep painting and keep trying to push myself slowly, right? Eventually, I'm just gonna keep getting better. Like, I'm not gonna get worse unless dementia takes over. Like, there's a point where it could get I could start declining. But I think mostly, right, most likely for a very long time, I'm only going to keep getting better, right? There's no reason to assume that I'm going to suddenly start getting worse. Like, art is a skill, and as long as I keep exercising those skills, I think I'm pretty okay. Um, so given that, it's like, what's the rush? I mean, I don't know. I think there is an element of impatience, and I think that's in all of us. Like, we all just want to get it right now. But the fact is, it does take a long time, and there is always more stuff to learn. Hey, Kath, how are you? Also, Gumball, I hope you're doing well. And improvised, or improvised. Kath, how are you doing? Hope you're doing well, too. Okay, I don't have a lot of light source in this. Great, I went home today. Oh, nice! Welcome home. I assume you're home now. Very nice. Is it good to be home? It's Simba is here. Ah, Simba. Nice. All right. So I want to do. Okay, I have an idea for this. I'm going to add in some a path, kind of a path that comes all the way to the foreground, and then this is going to be risky. And then I'm going to add in light that goes straight across the canvas. I mean, it doesn't have to be straight across, but you know what I mean. I'm just going to slap in color dodge. Okay, that's a lot, but yeah, hold on. Color dodge, yeah. We haven't been using the color dodge command lately. Like, there's way more than 91 color dodges. So, Kath, is one of the first things you did is give Simba a big hug? Because that's what I would do, I think. I feel like having a. You bet? No. Okay. So what I want to do here is have light and shadow is definitely the name of the game for my for my the checkbox that I need to focus on is having interesting light and shadow, having light patches that go, that catch light, maybe bring yellow up here a little bit. Maybe we'll get some blue in here as well. But yeah, so if anybody's struggling with environments, I'm curious, like, what specifically. Um, because I have a hunch, like, there's a lot of things that I feel like people do struggle with. I don't want to be presumptuous, though, and assume that there's a thing you struggle with when I just simply don't know. Um, but I think one thing that I personally, especially when it comes to like painting, not the drawing itself, but like you're trying to color stuff. Um, One thing that I find is just thinking in terms of light, right? So if you're lighting an object with a blue light, that object turns a little bit blue, right? If you have a gray stone and you light it with yellow light or sunlight, it turns a little bit warmer or more yellow, right? Just a little bit. It goes from a gray to a yellow gray or a bright yellow gray, right? Because it's bright because the sun's bright. Or if it's being lit by the blue sky alone because it's in shadow and it's facing the sky, it's gonna pick up, right? So like if you have a also what's going on with the background? So like if you have a square, right? This is a square in perspective, right? And it's a gray square, right? And I divide it into two like this. If this square is in shadow and it's facing the sun, or sorry, the sky, right? The sky is facing down, right? This half of it, it's gonna be kind of like it's just picking up the blue, right? It's not gonna be bright, right? Because it's not a bright sky. It's still dark, right? And then if you have, maybe the whole thing is blue. But if you have a little slice of light coming through, say a yellow sun coming off that direction, maybe there's a brick wall here or something, right? That the sun's casting through, right? So you have the sun coming through a little angle here, right? You're gonna get a little sliver of light, right? It's gonna look like that, right? And this thing, instead of where it used to be gray, right? We used to have that gray here, right? Now it's no longer gray, but it's this warm light color, right? And this is where, right? And you're gonna have little textures in here where the light doesn't quite hit because it's maybe it's sidewalk color, and of course you're gonna have textures in here where the light doesn't hit because you also have texture. But like this is kind of what you're gonna see, right? And this is where thinking of in terms of light, because you have blue in the shadows and yellow in the light, right? And everything is like that. Whether you have a green leaf, right? Maybe you have some leaves, right? In the right. So here's just green, and I think this is probably people's biggest struggle, right? So here's a leaf, right? We're even gonna draw the details here. There we go. There's the leaf. Okay. But like if you have part of the leaf in shadow, like this green is going to be a little bit more blue. So I'm moving the cursor towards blue. It's going to be a little darker, but it's going to be like a blue-green, right? It's not going to be like pure blue, but you can just mix the blue with the green and you get this darker blue-green color. And you can just think of it, oh, okay, the leaf in shadow is a dark blue-green. But what about the leaf in sunlight? Oh, well, that actually has yellow on it because there's sunlight. And so you have this much brighter yellow-green light, right? Maybe you have part of the leaf here. Maybe this half up here is in light or something, right? I don't know. I'm just making up the shape, but like maybe here's that, right? So this is where it's in light because it's this very bright yellow-green, right? It's not purely yellow. And I think this is, you know, and you have maybe some shiny blue shining in here. Again, it's not perfect, but you get the idea. And I think this is where maybe you have a dark underside here too, because to make it look nice. Right, and this is where thinking in terms of light helps, right? It's not about the color. I actually don't have any of the color that I started with, right? I started with this color, a very pure green. I don't have any of that in here. I mean, I have a little bit because I forgot to cover it up. But, but like, I don't have any of this color, right? I either made it warmer or I made it cooler, right? It literally by adding blue in some cases, right? It's like a very blue-green. And I think this is the key to environment painting is you can start out with like a base color, right? Like your regular green, and then you start adding. I definitely struggle with finding the right colors, so this helps a lot. Yeah, I mean, I think it's just a matter, like, yeah, it's, I mean, again, not every sky is blue, right? So you're not always just adding blue to the green, but kind of, I mean, you know, you're essentially reducing the light. I mean, you know, you could even think of, you know, starting as like a green like this, so like a dark green, and then you could add the blue on top and you get a blue, or you add, you know, you start with the same green and you just shift up to yellow, make it a little brighter, doesn't really matter, and you add some of that, and there you go. Bing, bang, boom, you've got your light and shadow, right? Same thing for red, right? Now, some colors are slightly different, but like same thing for red, right? You start out with your red color, very neutral red. Oh, that's not very neutral red. You know, maybe a little dark, right? Because again, this is going to be more lack of light. If you want to make red more blue, well, sometimes there's weird cases. You can't just pick a blue and paint. Technically, you can, but if you actually look what happens when I do that and paint very light, look where it went. This is actually pretty accurate. Like, it's not jumping into the blue, it's jumped into the purple, and now it's a very gray purple. But it looks blue, right? Because the blue is mixing with the red, but it's mixing in a way that it moves the red, but not all the way into the blue. And similarly, if I'm going to take a yellow light, you move it up to the yellow, maybe not all the way, but pretty close, and you shift it up, it's going to be this orange, and now you have your, you know, your red, right? It doesn't really matter which color I pick, because it's still going to look red, and so now you have your red and your red in the shadow, and you have the same thing, right? It doesn't really matter what color, it's all the same. If you have a blue light, everything's affected by blue. And I think this is, and again, when you're painting environments, you're not doing individual objects, but instead you're doing things like deciding that my sky is blue, and so you pick a blue sky, and you're like, okay, if I'm going to have a blue sky, everything in shadow is affected by blue. You can literally take an airbrush and very lightly paint over all your shadows with blue, right? This might be a bit overkill, but that way you're getting that blue light into your shadows. Or if you're picking a yellow light from the sun, you can paint over, you know, maybe not go quite pure yellow, but like pretty close. Like you can paint over your greens, right, with that same yellow, right? So this is like the same thing I just did with the green, but down here. And again, this isn't a great image because it has issues and I'm not done with it, but you get the idea. And so I think that's probably one of the biggest things is shifting your focus from thinking of, you know, oh, grass is green, sky is blue, trees are brown, trunks with green leaves. Like, no, it's brown with blue on it is like a blue-brown, and brown with yellow on it is like an orangey brownish red, right? Like the colors are shifted, right? Or if you had a pink sky, right, you're going really fantasy. Same rules applies. How do you know what color to make the grass? Same thing. Apply some pink to it. Very low pressure, right? You just very glaze over it. Yeah, anyway, I guess that's how I think of it. Not to say that I have the perfect mental model of how to think about color and light. Like, I'm not claiming to be a master at this, but I do feel like that is a really simple way to think about it. And it almost, you can almost turn it into an automatic process, I feel like. Where you just start mixing the colors. You can almost do it right on the canvas. You can literally just start mixing things. For example, if I want to make a shadow color, I can just pick that shadow color and mix it in and make it a little darker in the foreground. And maybe I want some of that blue on the edges, so I mix some of that blue in. You, though, want some interesting shapes back here. So again, I'm just going to take that yellow and just paint it in. And then if I want, I can blend in. I use a lot of opacity brush, I guess. That's another thing, right? I'm not just picking yellow and being like, slap in the light. Or, oh, I want a blue sky, let's paint in the blue. Like, I'm not doing that, right? I am very just lightly glazing over this stuff. And by glazing, I mean, like, very lightly painting. So where there's, it's like an airbrush, basically. Yeah, today's paintings are weird. They're a little bit very icy, but I want to do more green. Speaking of green, experiment. That's another thing. Remember how I was talking about earlier? I made the analogy to like a rat looking for cheese or something, where it's just frantically running around and scurrying, running in all directions, looking in corners, climbing into things. When I made that analogy, I feel like that's another thing. Just explore, experiment. Literally take things like overlay and take a brush maybe that you don't use often and just pick a color and slap in overlay and see what happens when you change the colors. Like, oh, maybe that looks better. And I think that's important, to just keep on experimenting, keep on playing with stuff. Because you never really know what you're going to stumble in, I think. And also that's how you learn, like, Photoshop tools, right? It's just trying stuff. I don't know. There's definitely a way, and this is something, I don't even know, I hate saying I don't know if you can learn something, because I truly believe anyone can pretty much learn anything, but there is a way of thinking, and I think it has to do with like making analogies, right, or making connections, where you kind of you sort of learn all these data points, but then the exercise of connecting them, right? So you're like, oh, this one kind of relates to this one, so you draw a line, right? And you're like, oh, well, this one kind of relates to that one, so you draw a line. And you're like, wait a second, that means this one kind of relates to that one or this one, and you kind of keep going, and at some point you keep making new data points and you keep connecting them to past data points, and you just start weaving this interconnected web of new data, and it's like, and you keep on making new points and expanding, and you're like, oh, this new point relates back to this old one, right? And I don't know how to I don't know how someone who doesn't try to relate things and form new connections, I don't know how to like explain that or teach it or anything. That's definitely one of those things where I don't know enough about. But I feel like people do that automatically though, right? To some degree. But surely there's like an exercise of practicing making analogies or thinking parallel, like thinking cross discipline kind of. And I feel like that's something that's important. I don't know how to talk about it though. I feel like of all the things related to art and learning, that has got to be one of the trickiest for me to even like approach, which kind of is just like the go into the scurrying mouse mode, right? Hey, Kai, the artist guy, how are you? And I think that's where like going to that scurrying mouse mode where you're looking for stuff but you're not really sure what, or maybe like a raccoon, right? You're digging through the I know. I mean, I like you're digging through the dumpster or something, right? You're just looking for something, but you don't know what you're looking for. And then you once you find it, you're like, oh, I can connect those dots, and now I know. And I feel like it's a little bit of that, where you have to be okay with just searching and experimenting. That's what we try to teach in schools, transferring knowledge or rules or anything to new things and connect. Yeah, yeah. It's just it seems just like a hard thing to teach because it's just a matter of practicing, I think. I really do think it's as simple as doing little exercises for yourself. Just like anything, if you use I mean, I hate making the muscle analogies, but I do think in this case it's probably a fitting analogy. It's just a matter of using it, right? Of training yourself to think parallel, to say, "Oh, I learned something about biology today. Oh, that can relate to art. Oh, I learned something about physics. That too can relate to art. Or oh, I learned something about human anatomy. That's going to help me in creature design, right? I think again, I don't know. Yeah, what do you, Kath? What do you find? Like you say, that's what we try to teach in schools. Is there any specific way that people teach that? I mean, other than just making them do projects that require it, right? Like, I mean, surely it's just a matter of like practicing and doing it, and you start with maybe simple ways of doing it. I feel like it's the opposite of thinking literally, right? It's like thinking in getting the big idea, getting the gist of it, right? It's not very specific. Which is funny because and this is why I always push back against like the talent argument, but I will say if there's one thing that I feel like I've always had a knack for, it's feeling like I can get the big picture but not get the details. And I feel like it's big picture thinking, right? It's like trying to get the overview so that you can be like for example, when I was visiting Vienna or when I was visiting Rona in Vienna or Austria, Vienna, Austria, right? I One of the things I noticed was like, oh, you know, like this is a place surrounded by mountains, right? And in the middle, you have like a bunch of fields, right? So you have all these little fields. This is my symbols for fields. Um, so you have mountains and fields all around, and in the middle, you have a city, right? So here's our city, right? This is how I draw a city, right? So like this is how my town is, right? So I'm like, this is literally the city that I live in. Like there is a total parallel here. You have a city with fields around it, surrounded by mountains. You're in this little valley, right? Like you like it's not about the specifics, right? It's not like, oh, well, they have a bigger mountain over here and a smaller. No, it's like it's just the concept of you're sitting at the bottom of this basin with all these flat farmlands, but you have these big things, right? And I feel like it's that kind of thinking where like I see this, I absorb it in this very simplified form, and I'm like, wait a second, this is just like my city, right? It's like they're totally different. Mine's like a weird farm town, and Vienna's like a big city with like old architecture, and it's not very farmery at all. But like they're very similar, in how they're positioned between mountains, and there's land, there's like a lot of random land around it. Like again, I'm not saying they really are that similar, but there's an analogy there, right? It's like I think some people would go from my little farmer town with like 30,000 people in it to a city with 1 point whatever million people or something, and you'd be like, these are nothing alike, right? One has big buildings and old architecture, lots of statues, and the other is like wheat fields and farmers with guns, right? Like what's similar? There's nothing here. But to me it was like, oh, these are extremely similar, despite like I was looking for the similarities, but not in the specifics, but in the concept. And I feel like that is the I don't know, like that to me is the sort of the bit, right? That's I don't know how to explain it. Anyway, Cass says, yeah, it's mostly just the practice, giving some examples how to do it, and then encourage the students to ask questions and be skeptical and think about from different viewpoints. Yeah, that probably helps. Like I guess, and then the more I read things and think about things, I always think like I think understanding like the concept of a system. How do you feel after you finish your work, by the way? What do you mean? How do like do I like my work? Not really. I mean, if that's what you're asking. I mean, sometimes I feel like immediately I look back and I'm like I've already analyzed it and like, oh, I could do better. I mean, that's very common where there's something that I just don't like about it. Um, but it's very much like a lot of what I again, these are little sketches, so maybe it doesn't apply to these, right? Because these aren't what I'm going to work on today. I'm going to pick one and then work on it. But I find like so much of my painting process is figuring out what I don't like, fixing it, going back and figuring out what I don't like, fixing it, asking, right, a little bit of what Kath said even, right? Asking questions and being like, is this what I want to do? Is this a direction I'm happy with? Right? Like, is this where I want to go? And then I answer that and I say, no, it's not where I want to go. Okay, well, where do I want to go? For example, let's do it to this painting, right? Is this where I want to go? I don't know. Well, it's just like a field. Like, what is it? What is this painting? I don't know. It's like a field, a grassy field. Whoa, I just got my stylus. It's like a grassy field, farmland with some light, which I kind of like. But like, okay, well, what's there? Is there anything happening? No. Well, okay, well, what do I want to be happening? Let's I don't know. Let's add some story or something. Let's add something interesting, some man-made elements maybe. Maybe these things almost look like trees. So what if I added trees back here? What if these whole things were a giant trees kind of uprooted or something? But then I say, okay, well, for a painting with trees, is this like the best way to show it, right? Because trees are kind of tall. This painting, we're kind of looking down at it, right? Our eyes level is up here. Like, does it make sense to paint the trees as the focal point when we're looking at the ground, right? Well, no. Okay, well, hold on. Let's back up then. Let's solve this problem a different way. Let's copy my whole painting, right? This is where exploring solutions works. But like, what if I just take this whole painting? I'll duplicate it so I don't ruin it. And what if I just do the same thing, but this time I literally take the top, I scoosh it down, and then I paint the tops of the trees, right? Just like I wanted to do before. So like now am I solving a problem of what is this painting about? Well, now there's something interesting here, right? There's some life, there's something, right? Again, maybe I want to add something in the trees, right? I still need my sky up here. Maybe there's some, I don't know, something. Again, trees aren't really that great of a focal point, but I might be able to do something here. Okay, well, let's keep evaluating it. Do I like the composition? Well, I kind of have these three things all on the same level. I don't really like that, right? So now we sort of fix it. Well, let's change that a bit, right? And I realize you can't really do this in traditional without starting over all the time, so maybe there's some planning involved that, a good exercise there that you can't really do here. All right, so let's change this. Let's add some of these in different ways. Let's make this one lighter. This one's going to be a little darker because it's closer. Okay, well, there's that. I still feel like we have kind of a 1, 2, 3 thing going on where they just get weird shaped. So maybe they come out at different angles. So maybe I'm just drawing some simple shapes. So so much of my painting process is kind of doing this, where I'm sort of asking myself questions, coming up with answers. I'm like, okay, well, do I like this concept better? Making versions of, yeah, exactly, making different versions, but also just asking questions and being like, okay, well, does this have a message? Well, again, not really, but now at least there's a focus, right? There's no message, there's no theme, but there is a focus, and the focus is clearly up top. It's clearly in the trees. Well, let's add something in the trees then, right? Maybe the focus is just fun lighting, right? Maybe I want to come in here and add some interesting light coming down from above, right? There's light poking through, right? There's going to be some dappled light in here, right? Lighting can be a focal point. It's not a great focal point, or there's not a story per se, but it's still something, right? So yeah, we have some lighting poking through. Also, if there is lighting, we shouldn't have the lightest part, the ground. Right now, we want it up top. So maybe I come in here. I'm gonna color dodge because I don't know. I think it might work. But anyway, this isn't quite the same as what we were talking about earlier. I kind of shifted topics. I tend to do that. But I think it's sort of this evaluation mode where I don't really know what I'm going for, but I am asking myself questions and I'm exploring ideas and I'm being a little bit curious or inquisitive, just a little bit. Also, I don't like that, so I'm gonna not do that, and then I'm gonna try something different. Nope, I don't like that either. I'm just gonna hand paint it. That's fine. Hand paint away. Blub, hey Rona, how are you? How was the movie? How was Barbie? Paint the night away. How's it going? Not painting the night away. Actually, kind of. Yeah. Yeah, how was it? I mean, no spoilers. I'm sure I'll see it at some point. I mean, I feel like I've already been spoiled on like most of the movie because people talk about it. But it was more intense than expected. That's funny. Intense in what way? Maybe that's spoilers. Do I like this? Not really. Hold on, let's go back. But yeah, I think going back to your question, how do I feel about my finished work? I definitely am not always happy with it, but it's not. There's always. This is where I think taking different perspectives, as Cass said, right? You sort of think about things from different directions. This is where I find that kind of thinking actually really helpful. So ironically, it's sort of a double whammy. Thinking in different perspectives both can help you learn stuff by thinking about it differently and connecting dots, but also it can help relieve a lot of, in my experience, it can help relieve a lot of like the anxiety and doubt that artists oftentimes face with or uncertainty. Like if I don't like my painting, again, I mentioned earlier, like I plan on painting till I'm like, old and wrinkled and stuff, and like until I can't paint anymore. So I can just make a new painting tomorrow. Like that's not a like it's just paper, it's just a digital. It's not even paper. It's literally not even that. It's just like I'm gonna make a lot more paintings in my life. A few bad paintings aren't a big deal. And I think that's where, again, that's a perspective that I think if you haven't thought about it, it's easy to get very upset about with your paintings. Being like, oh my gosh, it didn't turn out the way I wanted. But it's like, hold on, who cares? Like, I'm literally doing a thing that I like. Like, it's okay. It's not the end of the world. And that's where I think, again, it's not everybody's gonna jump to that. But if you kind of have this like if it's a thing you've thought of before, it's kind of a thing you can think of again, and then you can kind of remind yourself that, oh yeah, it's gonna be just fine. Um, their design was so inspiring. There's a lot to love to the details. Also, so many actors and songwriters I knew. There's just way too much to take in. If they would have left a few scenes out, it would have been better though. There's just so much going on. Okay, I'm gonna do something a little risky. I'm gonna come up here into like the browns and the reds, and I'm just gonna start painting in brown and red. Brown and red in the shadows. Lots of it. I don't know if it's gonna work, but I'm just slapping in the brown and red. Anywhere there's green, basically, in the trees, I'm painting in brown and red. I don't know if this is gonna, again, I don't know if this is gonna work, and I'm not really too worried about it. From what I've seen from the movies so far, I think your style would be so cool for it. True. Rona actually has some stuff that totally is like Rona, remember that I think it was a commission, right? It was it two people or was it one person? Gosh, I don't even know. Now I need to see. I'm not going to put it on screen or anything, but let me go to your Instagram. If I recall correctly, you maybe you've deleted it. I don't know, because I know you've done some trimming. Oh yeah, the mermaid one. So your mermaid, your OC, right? I'm calling it an OC, but you know, your mer kitten and mermaid, that's very Barbie colors, I feel like. That wasn't the one I was thinking of, but yeah, you did a commission a long time ago with like a character or a person and like a plant, kind of a palm plant of some sort. Very bright and vibrant. Um, I feel like that's very much Barbie-esque, and there is elements of like that style. I don't know, something I could see. I could see Rona do Barbie stuff. Okay, I'm not a big fan of these thumbnails today, but that's okay. We will persevere. Just slapping in some red and green. I'm going hard in the red. Ooh, that's intense. I don't know. I'm just messing around right now, seeing what happens, exploring. I did want to stay in the green though. I want to do green stuff. Okay, let's see. Also, I keep on shifting. I don't know how or why. It's happened like 3 times today. Did I keep on having the background shift ever so slightly. Okay, let's do something wacky. Because I'm kind of, I don't know. My paintings today have been very uninspiring or uninspired, which isn't a term that I like to use, but whatever. So be it. Let's lots of swirls and shapes, and we're gonna be looking downward, so I'm gonna draw a circle just looking downward, so my brain is like, oh yes, this is downward looking. Cass says, from what I've seen from the Barbie movie so far, I think your style would be cool for it. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, it's got great design. That half new, half retro set design is fantastic. And yes, plastic. I realize that is a bad joke. Bad jokes are good though. Okay. I know what I'm gonna do. I know what I'm gonna do. This is a thing that me and Skittle have talked about, which is scale. and how oftentimes we find ourselves falling into this silly little trap of making things the same scale, of like our shapes are all the same size and relative to our composition, and that kind of thing. It's very common. I don't like it, and I want to break out of the bad habit. And so I'm gonna do something. I'm gonna do a little trick. This is a thing that I'm trying to do more of. Also, let's get some glowy stuff in here. Glowy blues. Some little shapes. Hopefully not making anything inappropriate. Little shapes. So I'm going to come in here and increase the scale. So this is like the scale that I normally paint at, right? I sort of make these same brush strokes, the same sizes, same shapes. But I want to come in here and just increase it. So let's do that. Let's copy this. I'm literally just going to make it smaller. Maybe not a lot smaller. I don't know. Just a bit. I mean, maybe I don't want to do that. I actually kind of like the scale of this one. Well, maybe I'll do it in a subsequent one. Let's try that. And then I'm going to experiment here. Maybe we'll do that. Because I think it's important to... Wait. I was going to do this, huh? Let's make it... Oops. Let's make it smaller. And see what happens. So yeah, making it smaller. Maybe raising it up. I do want something that is... So again, now I'm working with much smaller shapes. Right, which is kind of forcing me to make more intricate shapes over here, which I'm okay with. Also, maybe I can bring in some other colors. I don't really know quite what I'm doing here, but it's okay. But yeah, this is something that I want to do more of, where I just am taking literally just more intricate shapes. And just making things scaled up, a little bit more epic and grandiose, more contrasting, small, medium, large shapes. Right, something like that, where it's just the painting is just, I don't know, a little different than normal. It's still a little bit, again, we don't really have any light, and I don't like that. I don't know, maybe we can get away with some of it without any light. Maybe we can put glowy stuff. Little purples and pink glowies. I mentioned, Rona and I were talking about art stuff today a little bit, and when she mentioned sort of or pointed out, I should say, how some of my paintings, especially some of my quicker paintings that were not ever finished, have a sort of like a consistency to them where there isn't really a strong focal point, or you don't have a good separation of like hard edges and soft edges. It's just kind of all samey, and you don't really know where to look. That's something that while I 100% agree, I think it's good. I want to try and get that in here a little bit, even though I'm not sure I'm going to achieve it in the quick sketch still, but it's definitely something I want to focus on as I'm painting. Okay, I could go like this, where I put the clouds behind it, but I don't think I want to do that. I kind of like, I don't know. I'm not really sure what I want to do with the clouds. I also don't know what all this stuff is. Is it just like hills? I don't know, maybe. They're just really poorly defined hills. I don't know, it's kind of cool. There's definitely something there. I like it. I think I need some of that brighter light though in like here. I don't know. This is a tough one. Because I still don't really have much light or direction in it. Hmm. Well, let's see. What about values? Values are extremely weak. Let me fix that. Let's just come in here, make a separation. This is composition in a nutshell for me. Just come in here, literally take a bright airbrush and just go oop, 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 oop. Plop, plop. There we go. Beautiful. And then I can actually do the same thing in the foreground. Literally just go like that. Meh, let's cut out the rocks. I could not recognize the software. Oh, this is Clip Studio Paint. Clip Studio Paint. There. I think that is a much stronger read now. If I make my screen black and white, there's actually some definition here. I still think I could go a little bit more in the greens. But yeah, sure, I have a tools command. In an outtech. How are you? Tools. There we go. Yeah, Clip Studio Paint's the program. Yeah, I'm doing a lot of green paintings today, admittedly. It's not a thing that I always do, but I was seeing a severe lack of green in my paintings. So I wanted to do that. Also, even though I'm turning all of these blue because I don't know, it's just always so much easier to just slap in blue and to make everything blue. But I do want to maintain some of the greenness, so I'm gonna do that as well. Like in this one, I'm trying to bring the green back but I also want to maintain a lot of the blue color. Maybe here we have, again, I'm just purely trying to find colors that I like. That's all I'm doing at this stage. Kind of making a cascading effect. They're very dark. I feel like all of these paintings today are very dark. Also, I want to do something just for my own sanity here. Boom. I don't know if that's better or worse. Whatever. We'll go like that. Also, don't forget to hydrate your eyes by blinking and also drinking water. Do both. Drink liquids and blink those eyes if you've been staring at your screen, and sit up straight. No slouching. Thank you, Icebarkski. How are you, Icebarkski? Hope you're doing well. You need a blink emote. I mean, I think the hydrate emote works. It's also hydrate your eyes. It's just blink. Okay, Mom, I will do it. LML, the second you told me to do these things, see, immediately did them. Yeah, very good timing. We had the same brain cell right there. Am I flexible with using various software? Any paint pro. So I've only really used Photoshop and Clip Studio Paint. I'd like to think I could probably use any software pretty reasonably. I don't. I would probably struggle pretty hard with something like Procreate because it's just so different from my understanding. I've never really used Apple products either, so I not counting Procreate, I'd like to think I could probably use Krita. I could probably use any other of the other main painting softwares. But no, I've really only used Photoshop and Clip Studio Paint. So I don't have a lot of flexibility, but I feel like I know the tools and what exists. So it's just a matter of Googling where is a certain tool. So like I know for the most part which programs have what kinds of tools, at least as they relate to how I use them. So like, every program that I know of has a lasso tool, right? Every program has layers, every program has clipping masks to some degree. Most just have basic brushes and you can customize them a little bit. They have pressure sensitivity, right? All these basic tools that I use, I don't really use a lot more than that, right? Most have color dodge and layer modes like that. So, I can just go through the menus or Google and figure out where they are and rebind my hotkeys, and I'll be able to paint just fine. Icebark Ski says, doing all right, just finished moving yesterday and now getting everything unpacked. Oh, very nice. Looking forward to drawing again, although your new place has no AC. Oof, no AC. I don't know where you live, but I hope it's manageable. Maybe get like I don't know. Do you think you could get like a small, um, like a window unit or a? I guess they have some of those like fans where you pour water in them and like in the base, and then they blow cooled air. We used to have those growing up. They're kind of old school, but I think they do a pretty good job. They're kind of loud, I think, but we had growing up we had this it's a big box fan. It was like literally just shaped like this. Probably not quite like this, but and then it moved. Wait. Kind of like that. It moved around. Right. Anyway, and then it would have this thing. It would have like a tray in the bottom. I think this is how it worked. It had like a tray in the bottom, or maybe it had a sheet. I don't remember. It might have had like a sheet, like a padding thing that you slid in, or maybe it had a tray in the bottom that you'd put the water in. I don't remember. Maybe it was like it had a hole in the top and you'd pour the water in. But somehow it had something that would dampen, that would put like a damp thing in front of it, and it would just blow the air out. And you would just take a bucket of water every like few hours and pour it into the fan in the back. And it had this panel thing. I think it had a tray down here that sat in the bottom. And yeah, it would just be, it would cool the place quite nicely. So that was, it was pretty big. It was very loud though. My dad did say fans don't use a lot of electricity. When I was at Home Depot, I literally saw that exact same fan that I bought years ago. Nice. Yeah, I'm planning on getting a portable AC unit, upper 90s this week, so I definitely need it. Oof. Yeah, good luck. I mean, I feel like if you're dying of heat because it's too hot, like electricity, it's, you know, I guess it can. I don't know if that was coming from a energy usage in general, like environmental reasons, or if you're talking like money, you know, cutting costs by not spending electricity. But I feel like if you're in a situation where you don't have something to cool off, you should have that. Like it, I don't know. Like heat is no joke. Okay. So yeah, we're gonna do this last painting, and then I'm gonna do voting, and then we'll pick one of these, and then I'll work on it till the end of stream, as usual. We're gonna go some trees like this. One thing I want to do is maybe add some critters to these. That's something that you know, very Bob Ross-esque. But I've been looking through a lot of my paintings lately that I've done in the past, and a lot of the ones that I like the most are the ones that have a little bit of life to them, with adding little creatures or, you know, just something to it. So I might try that. This is gonna be a little thing in the valley. Okay, I'm gonna do like a glow, I guess, or something. Maybe a little bit up here. Whoa, that's a weird color. Okay, let's try something real quick. I'm gonna do an overlay again. I'm gonna take a blue. I'm literally just painting blue on blue overlay just to make it a little bit more saturated. But then I'm gonna take a color dot and I'm gonna grab a teal and an airbrush, and I'm literally just gonna press really hard. Oh, not so hard though that I turn the green green. I want it to stay blue. I want to try and separate the blues and the teals. Okay, I think what I'm going to do is take some of this blue and just hard paint it in here. As I literally just said, I want to separate the greens and blues. So maybe this could be blue back here. I don't know. I'm just trying different things. There's definitely something that I'm looking for, or an idea, or a vibe. Like, I want it to feel very green without actually having a ton of green. It's extremely saturated. Not really a fan, but that's okay. Not a fan of this. And this happens a lot. It's funny, when I say I'm not a fan of one of my paintings, I hope it doesn't come off like I'm being super negative. Like, I don't think you need, especially when you do a lot of thumbnails. Do you have any projects in this field? Uh, like, nothing crazy huge, but yeah, I've definitely taken many handfuls of commissions and projects for other people. Nothing, no personal projects that are major. Um, if that's what you mean, I don't quite know what you mean specifically, but nothing like no major commercial projects. Nothing that like like would you know by name? Nothing like that. Not that I know of. Although there's been a few book covers where I don't actually know if they've been published, but it's possible. I might have published book covers. I don't actually know. I don't ever know what happened to those. I should look one of these days. But yeah, no, I don't think I have yeah, nothing major. Project any depending on your skills. Yeah, yeah, no, I haven't done anything major. Um yeah. Partly gosh, I always feel like there's a caveat I want to add because I think there's always new people here and I feel like I am in a slightly different situation than a lot of artists, which is I never have felt the struggle to be like, oh, I have to make this work full time. I have to transition to be full time art and I need to earn my income from it. And so I do have a part time day job that is not very high paying and low skill, but it pays my bills and it gives me the peace of mind and energy and time to focus on and do art. So I can end up streaming, I can enjoy it. I don't feel the pressure of like I have to take every job that comes my way and I have to do the grinding and like there's so I'm relatively stress free or I have been for quite the time in that situation. Um, so because of that, I probably that there's a downside. So there's upsides and downsides, right? So on one hand, I've been able to do what I want, paint the things I enjoy, learn and grow at sort of my own pace and I don't feel like I have to take on things that are not what I want to do, right? I get to paint what I want, which means I enjoy it, and I think when you enjoy stuff, you tend to learn and grow pretty quick. The downside is hold on, what was I saying? I had a point that I was going to make with the downside. I think the downside of this is that I haven't been quite as probably ambitious as I could have been. So I don't feel like the work that I have, like I've basically never advertised that I am open for work. Like never, literally never once. And so all of the jobs that I've done have basically fallen in my lap, right? It's been people reaching out to me saying, "Hey, I'd like to work with you," um, and then that then we strike up a deal. So on one hand, I've had my fair share of projects like that I've worked on. But on the other hand, I haven't been super ambitious, and I could probably be doing a lot more and probably full time if I to some degree. I don't know. There's a little bit of fear, I guess, and not knowing, like, not, I don't know, not so much fear, but just uncertainty. And I think I it's funny for someone who talks about trying new things and being, and failing and not being afraid of failure and, especially in art. Like, I think I view that because art is like the safe space, right? It's like a video game. If you make a bad painting, who cares? It's if you die in a video game, whatever. You start over. You can try again. You can experiment. I'm not quite that way in life, right? In life, I'm a lot more reserved. I don't like the prospects of like taking a big gamble or buying a bunch, like I'll use like going to conventions as an example. Like the idea of spending a bunch of money that I barely have to get a bunch of merch and buy a table and rent a car or a van and or ship a bunch of stuff to the convention center, go there for a weekend, have a hotel, right? Have to eat out 3 days in a row. Like there's a certain amount of cost, right? And you're taking a gamble on hoping that you recoup your costs. I don't know. I really struggle when it comes to those kinds of things with that risk assessment and like, is it worth it, and just going for it. Like I don't feel like I have the cushion, if you will, or the safety net. And so I'm not very ambitious when it comes to that kind of thing. And I think that's probably one of the things that I don't like. I shouldn't say don't like about myself, but like that's one of the things that I'd like to sort of grow on a personal level in the future. But when it comes to art, right, I don't have that view, right? And maybe that's why I like art, is because it is kind of that comfy thing. No, I know, but it's still like a thing though, right? Like I realize on an intellectual level that like doing these things almost always work out. Like it's not really that big of a risk. So a lot of it is totally in my head, and it's not like I think of myself as a bad person or something for not doing this. But there's definitely like I will take the path of least resistance. And so I think even in my life, like with my day job, right? I have a job that can pay my bills, and because of that, I oftentimes am not putting myself out there and taking on additional stuff. Um, so yeah, it's a double-edged sword, I think, but I also think it's really nice not having um not feeling like the stress of, oh my gosh, I have to take jobs to feed myself or else I'm gonna be, not having a home. Like it's pretty nice knowing that I can just stream and paint and enjoy my life for the most part. I may not have luxuries and stuff, but I also get to paint, and I like this. So yeah, I don't know. I have also said that I'm in my mind, I also feel like it's pretty inevitable that I will be doing art full time at some point. I don't know when. I kind of need to just pull the trigger and suck it up and and put myself out there a little more. But I also feel like I'm kind of at the point where we should probably vote. Sorry, totally shifting topics here. I'm gonna let me do something real quick. Let's pick a thumbnail and then I can keep ranting. Because I am running out of time. So, cut, paste. A lot of these are very samey, so I realize they're probably not going to be voted on, but that's okay. Actually, let's take... yeah, that'll work. This is going to be a weird vote, because all these kind of look the same today, but that sort of was intended. Totally makes sense, you shouldn't blame. Yeah, no, I realize. But yeah, I mean, I like sort of, I don't know, trying to self-critique kind of in various ways. I think it's fine and it's a good thing to do. I don't think, saying that you have a trait that you're not super happy with about yourself or a quality that you do or a habit that you have that says, oh, this isn't a great habit. Like, I am not, I don't know, I think I kind of have a, like, I don't beat myself up over it. That, so, like, I don't want it to be taken the wrong way. Like, oh, I don't really view it as a negative. Oh, that's not good. What did I do there? Like, I don't view it like as a super negative thing. It's just kind of a, like, that's like a, what do you call it? Like a New Year's resolution, right? It's like a thing I want to work on a little bit. Um, except it's a New Year's resolution at every moment. I never actually view art from this point of view, as it's like a game I can retry. Yeah, I mean, I think of all the things in my life, art is like the thing that is, it's like it's literally a picture, right? It's painting. It's, I mean, yes, it's a painting that I care about and that I am doing, but it's like there's still life, and I don't know, it's like it doesn't mean that you don't try at video games, right? You certainly try your best. Some people even try to go pro, right? But they also don't feel like they're gonna fall into a depression if they lose a game of League of Legends or something, right? Like there's, like, it's okay to, like, that's part of the game is to lose matches. Like, yeah, you obviously want to do your best, but nobody, like, I don't know, I find it very, very similar. Yeah. So I don't know. Maybe that's an analogy that works, or maybe it doesn't. I don't know. Let's go to straw poll. And I mean, it's not a perfect analogy, granted, but I think it's adequate enough. I think just when compared to the rest of my life, it very much is like a game. And it's fun, right? Ultimately, I do it for fun, just like a game. But I also want to strive to push myself and learn more and get better, right? Get good, as the people might say. I'm a big advocate of getting good. I think that is something that, on a personal level, a lot of people could and should strive for. Not that if you don't, you're a bad person or anything. There is the straw poll. So yeah, I don't think everybody should strive to get good, but I do think it's a totally worthy, it's a good thing, I think. I think it's good to push yourself in one area, and I think doing that in an area where there's actually relatively low risk is actually quite, well, I shouldn't say low risk. That's a little bit ignorant. There's absolutely an opportunity cost, and I think that's an often untalked about thing in art. Like, what do you have to lose? You can try it. Well, you have a crap ton of time, right? That you can lose a lot of time that you could be doing other things. So there is a risk, right? Let's not pretend there isn't risk in art. Wasting, again, not actually wasting, but spending an entire lifetime of something, you always could be doing other things. So you do have to choose that over the other things, but it's sort of the worst case scenario is feeling like maybe you wasted time, but even then you still hopefully get something out of, again, like a game, right? People do waste. I think, again, I think games are a good example, right? You imagine you always play games with friends, right? So time is never wasted. You're always spending it with people you care about. You're always mostly having fun. Sometimes you lose and get angry, but mostly you're having fun. Um, like, even if you strive to be a professional gamer, like, if it all goes, if it never happens, you've still spent time that you enjoyed and valued, right? It wasn't like you could argue it was maybe a waste and you shouldn't have spent so much time playing games, but like there is an element of like, yeah, you had a lot of fun and it was a life well lived or something, right? And I kind of feel the same about art. It's um like it's still worth it even if nothing, even if you don't do it professionally. Like, you don't have to do it professionally for it to be still valuable, enjoyable. You can make an impact. Yeah, human is sort of art of the in the universe. As you criticize your artworks kindly, you might criticize yourself kindly to be aware of negatives and positives. Oh, I totally agree. I mean, speaking of like not even just criticizing, but just like learning and growing, and I mean it's all kind of in the same camp of things. Also, we are currently voting. If you'd like to vote, please click on the link and select the thumbnails you'd like to vote. You may select multiple options. I will take the option that wins and then work on it till the end of stream. But no, so one of the things that art offers that I think a lot of people don't realize is it kind of I've used the word catalyst. It's sort of a catalyst for enjoyment in the rest of life. Like it creates a situation where everything is more important, right? Learning about geology and rocks suddenly can be a fascinating topic because why? Well, because now you can use it in your art. The more you learn about the world, the better artist you can be, right? The more you learn about expressions and movement and human interaction, the better storyteller you are, right? The more you learn about anatomy, the better anatomy you are. The more you learn about physics and light, the better you're going to be at painting colors, right? Um, the the more you know about mood or plants or literally any subject that in existence, right? Learning about a motorcycle engine is going to make you better at painting mechanical stuff, right? It's that it's basically can create like a situation where everything is just a little bit more exciting in life. And I think that's another thing, right? Yeah, I mean it's like topics like history that I never cared about suddenly are important because now the history of you know fashion is like important. If I want to do something that's, historically accurate or like historical fiction or something, like I can paint, something that is kind of matching like a medieval scene, right? I can go and learn about medieval fashion, right? Literally, you never know where you're going to find something that's valuable. And I think that's kind of what art can bring. So, yeah, even if you never do it professionally and, you enjoy the time you spend, but also it gives you an extra reason to care about stuff maybe you wouldn't have otherwise. Um, at least that's certainly true for myself. I can't speak for everyone, but I think if you view it like that, again, not to sound a little pompous here, but I think it's inevitable you're going to get good at art. Like I think if you care about stuff and you pay attention to things and you view it from the lens of art, I think you're just going to improve because you are sort of already in the mode of learning. Like that is learning, right? You're actively seeking out new stuff. You're connecting all those dots that we talked about earlier. Um, so yeah, it's and it's and it's low risk relatively. So I don't know. It just seems like a win-win for me. I think those kind of sums up the reasons why I like art. Also, we are still voting. If you haven't voted, please click the link and select. I realize all of these thumbnails are kind of the same. They're very samey, same color palette. That was sort of the point today, is I want to do more green and blue stuff. I feel like I was severely lacking on a lot of those. I'm going to vote for two of them. Not number two, but two of them. 7 is winning. Nice. 7, 5, and 4. 7, 5, and 4. Okay, nice. So yeah, 7 is currently winning the vote. 13 people have voted. 38 votes total, meaning that people voted for multiples, which is totally allowed. Yeah, I don't know. I like thinking about stuff like that. I guess it's a mix of philosophy and in fact, I think this stuff is more important than ever. Not to sound full of myself, but with all the stuff like AI and new tools coming out and new ways of doing artistic things, I think it's probably a more important topic than ever to like figure out why you like to do art because again, let's use AI as an example just as, to put it against what we were just talking about, like, getting all that extra joy out of life from all the little things. Does AI give you that reason to learn about anatomy? Does it give you the reason to learn about color theory and expression and like if you're not the one making those decisions, then then you like then you don't have that catalyst. Like, I don't think people growing up who only want to do AI art are necessarily going to be fired up to go and learn about geology, right? They're not going to be like, I want to go learn about, 1950s clothing design or that in the 1400s, because it's not that important. You can just type in 1400s clothing design and boom, now you, right? So there's an element of actual learning and it's sort of art being a catalyst to growing that I think, like, if that's why you do art, something like AI is not even a threat. It's sort of a non-issue, right? Like it doesn't take that away. Um, so yeah, I think sort of thinking about those things is really valuable. I mean, again, it's kind of philosophy, but it's I think it's good to sort of understand why you do what you do and what you like out of it and what again, it's not like if you don't do art you're a bad person. Like some people literally might arrive at the conclusion that I can do something else and get the same joys out of it. Maybe you just want to make nice pictures, or maybe photography is for you and not painting, right? Both are require skill, but they're just different, right? It just depends on what you want to do. And I think questioning those things is good, because otherwise I think something can come along and shake up the art world, or new technology comes about and suddenly people struggle a lot to figure out what they're doing and sort of why they're doing what they're doing and if it's worth it, and are they wasting their life, and like those things are really stressful topics if you haven't thought about them. And yeah, so my take is it's not a waste at all. Anyway, what one won? I should probably look. Number 7 won. Okay, nice. I like that one. That's my wait, it's a tie. It's a tie. Um okay. Tie break. 1 minute tie break slash poll. 2 minute poll. Sorry. Oh no, what yeah, we'll do a 2 minute poll because there's always a short delay. Tie break. 5 or 7. 5 or 7. Oh, that's 6. 7. What? Double checking that it was 5 or 7. 5 or 7. Yes, there we go. Create poll. All right, new poll at the top of chat. Sorry, everyone. Yeah, there was a tie break, so we have to break the tie. If you click the little drop-down menu, there should be a thing. People are terrible at predicting the future, so that should be one reason to just stop worrying. Yeah, I mean, but also, again, understanding yourself and why you do something is kind of a preemptive measure against it, right? Like, AI comes about, and instead of saying, oh my god, why am I even doing art when AI can make better art than me? Instead, you're like, AI doesn't offer the same thing that art offers me, right? It's simply, again, it's not, I'm not taking a stance against AI in this argument. I'm just saying it's a different thing, right? You're judging it on its own merits. You're not saying, "Oh my god, why bother if I can't make the same beautiful art?" Well, again, we have those. We know why not, because we have the reasons, right? We've just laid them out, right? I mentioned all the reasons. Agree, Joe. If you care about something, you'll get better at it. Yeah, I mean, I think that's the key of it. If you care, you'll it affects the way you think, right? I mean, everything I think affects the way art, especially. I mean, I think it affects the way you think in a good way, right? I do value the way that artists think. Some of them, some of them are a little nutty, but that's okay. I'm sure I'll get there eventually. People are terrible. We do accept uncertainty to be relieved. Yeah, I mean, again, another thing that hopefully artists are good at is accepting uncertainty. But I do think that is difficult. Okay, 7 is crushing it. Wait. Okay, yeah, 7 is in the lead so far, which is good because 7's great. I like 7. Okay, number 7 is 1. Yeah, if art is the finality, so yes, AI is a bit of a problem. But if process is what you're chasing, you're good. Yeah, I agree with that, right? But I think it's funny though, because when people say that, right? I think to younger artists, and not all younger artists, but and I say younger as in their journey, right? So like amateur artists or people who are new. Hey, welcome in, Dizzy Viper. Welcome, welcome. We are gonna work on number 7 today. We just voted, but how is your stream? Hope you're doing well. What were you up to? What's up, man? Hey, we are gonna we just did a bunch of thumbnails, like every stream. This is what we worked on today. And yeah, so we're gonna work on number 7, where I'm gonna blow it up and continue painting on it. We've been having some pretty hardcore philosophical / art talks about why you do art in general and uncertainty and all the heavy, not really heavy topics, but kind of heavy topics. Yeah, that's what we're talking about right now. Hope you're all doing well. Dizzy Viper, hey Observer, hello. Welcome Raiders. Klena, welcome in. In it doubt, no, you didn't come in. Everyone who came in with the raid, hope you're doing well. Whoa, what did I just do? I just tilted my canvas. Hold on. There we go. Turn off the grid. There we go. Okay, so that's what I'm going to work on today. We can remove the vote screen. But yeah, what were you working on, Dizzy Viper? What were you working on? Would you like to share, if you want to share any art you were doing, and if anyone who came in with the raid would like to share what they were working on, I would love to see. Please share. Let's see, what was the comment before the raid? If art is the finality, yes. Yeah, so, oh yeah, as I was saying, I think the problem with that, and I 100% agree, Pulsetone, that if art is the end goal, if the art as a product or as a finished thing is the end, then AI could be a threat or a problem. But if the process is what you're chasing, you're good. Yeah, I feel like the problem with that, though, sort of, and again, I 100% agree, but I think the problem is that, well, at least for me, I don't think I understood what people meant when they meant the process is the goal, right? I genuinely had no concept of that, right? Like, I thought people meant, like, oh, they just love doing it. And again, maybe some people do mean that, right? But when I think of that, that's not what I mean, right? When I say I love the process, I don't mean I physically love sitting down and painting. I mean, it's not bad, right? I kind of enjoy it. It's actually, it's pretty nice. But that's not why I do it. To me, when I say the process is, the journey is the goal or whatever, like it's all about the journey and not the end result. Like it's very much about, like, to me, the process in that context means the exploration, right? It's the learning along the way, kind of touching back to the topic of learning about the world and doing research, and you just, everything is sort of, your idea might start kind of mediocre, and you don't just put what's in your head on the page, right? You develop it, and by the time you're done, you've turned a mediocre idea into like a great idea, right? You've changed it, you've adapted it, you've learned, you've again, it's like if I always use writing analogies, even though I'm not a writer, but it's like having a character take on a life of its own, or deciding that your side character is actually more of a main character, and then it's focused around them, and you shift the whole story. Or maybe you start and you don't even know what genre you're in, and by that time you're done and you do a couple different edits, now you have your genre figured out. Right? Those are concepts that I just recently heard on a podcast that I really enjoyed. But like, yeah, there's things like that where you just don't know, and by the time you're done, you've gone on this journey and you've explored this thing, and you didn't even know where you're going to end up, right? This idea that you know where you're going to end up, I think, is a very, to me, it feels very amateur. It's like this idea that non-artists have, where it's like you have an idea and you just want to slap it on the page, right? Connect you up to some, machine that can just put your thoughts on the paper. Like, that's not what art is to me, right? Art is the process is so much more than that. Anyway, I'm sitting here with my arms crossed as I'm talking. I should probably just start painting while I'm chatting. Um, so yeah, I think that to me is what I think of when I think of like the process is important. And that's something that like again, like I don't think AI can take away because I mean, that's not to say that you can't do that in like with AI, right? I think people who understand that creative process can absolutely do that with writing, with AI. Like you can absolutely explore ideas in different ways and develop them as you go. But I think if you are a beginner artist or someone who's never painted before, I do think you fall into this potential pitfall of not really knowing what that is because you're so focused on the end result. And I don't know, I think there's a little bit of I don't know, maybe concern for like other people or future, again, this sounds extremely old of me, but like concern for future generations where they may think that art is all about the end result because they've never actually embarked on that journey to figure out what it can be. Like you don't really know what it's like to go on an adventure through the forest without a map until you do it. Like I don't know what it's like. I've never done that. It's easy for me to pretend that I could imagine it, but I probably don't, right? It's like those people who go on those big, not to get too grim, but like those people who go on like these hikes in really high heat and they bring like a single bottle of water. Like they just didn't think that the amount of water they're gonna go through, right? They didn't realize how much they're gonna slow down when they're tired. They didn't realize that there's no shade, or they didn't like there's always going to be something you just didn't know, and that's kind of the cool part of art, right? Because you're doing all that in a safe environment, right? You just don't know what's ahead of you. Yeah, maybe that was a bad analogy because one's really terrible and the other is really cool, but like I think you get the point, right? You just don't know. Anyway, but Disney Viper, what were you working on? I assume 3D, some renders, art review as every art review is every Saturday. Nice. Okay, that's what you were working on. Very cool. Yeah, if you wanna share your Instagram, I'd love to see it. Again, we love seeing what you're working on. Dizzy Viper, I believe, unless I'm way off and I'm confusing you with somebody else. You do mostly 3D renders. Just gorgeous stuff. Okay. Yeah. Back to painting. Sorry. Yes, on the way there are some undiscovered moments for one's conscious. Yeah, I mean, again, it's. I think it can sound very artsy fartsy, wishy washy, right? Like this language, like, oh, it's all about the journey. But no, it really is. There's, I think, again, this is why I think writing is the obvious example. It's like, nobody looks at writing and is like, oh, yeah, authors know, if you're going to write, say, a medieval fantasy, like, it's kind of obvious that you have to research medieval times, right? Like, of course you have to research, right? Of course you aren't going to get your story right on the first try, right? Of course you're going to have to do a first draft and a second draft and get it edited and cut parts out and add parts in and reduce it and rework it, and like you're going to have to spend time thinking about it, right? Of course you don't know every word in order from start to finish, right? So in something like writing, it's so painfully obvious that there's this process that you go through to start with something that probably is pretty vague and end up with something that is extremely refined. But I think in art, people don't really get it. I mean, I think some people do, obviously, but I think there is a lot of misconceptions in visual art that people don't realize that it's kind of the same thing. Like, you go through a lot of editing, you try things out, you learn, you explore, you don't know where you're going to end up. It's the same thing, it's just a different medium. I mean, it's not the exact same thing, but you know, it's very analogous. So yeah, it doesn't seem like a big mystery to me, but at the same time, I think to some people, just from the way certain people talk about art and things like AI, right? All the arguments about like, democratization of art and all the BS that people use, like those people don't clearly have never gone through that process, right? Because if you think typing in a thing, and again, this isn't an anti-AI stream. I don't, that's not the point. I think the point is just misconceptions, and people are like self-perpetuating those misconceptions. And I think there's new artists coming in, or potentially, who will buy those misconceptions sort of hook, line, and sinker without ever having the opportunity to actually explore for themselves, like to go on that journey and figure it out. That's my fear, I think. That's one of my fears. Because I care a lot about people. I mean, I like the idea of people taking something that they've done that is pretty cool and working on it. And yeah. Okay. I need to. Speaking of references and research and not knowing where I'm going, I have no idea where I'm going. So I am going to bust out some references. And by bust out some references, I mean Google. I'm going to literally type in river rocks. I know, very, no, not river rocks. Actually, river rocks isn't bad. No. Rocky River. That's what I'm gonna do. Rocky River. I am looking for rocks, stones shaped by rivers. This is what I'm looking for. Not rivers rock. Rivers do rock, but yeah. So I'm looking for this kind of thing where you have these like dark shadows underneath, the light on top, maybe some ambient light, right? Just so that I can start forming some things and kind of rendering, right? I mentioned Anthony Avon, who I've been seeing his art all over Twitter, and I love his rendering, and I think rock scenes like this are good opportunities to do a little bit of painting the forms of things like stones and textures. I don't know if I'll quite get there today, but it'll be a good start. So yeah, references important. Use them. Learn what you can. And yeah, on the topic of references, it's not always just to know how to paint stuff, right? Again, like I mentioned, sometimes you'll find things that you didn't think of. For example, I just noticed this. If you look at this painting and this reference, you'll notice that in here, there's this little pool of this little white water, right? There's the dark water here. There's white water here where the stuff swirls around and gets caught in between these rocks, right? Or it could just be a reflection. But I don't think so. Right? I think this is that sudsy water that gets a lot of air bubbles in it, and it kind of gets caught in the nooks and crannies of the rocks, right? These little things, I know what rocks look like, but I don't think I would have thought of putting those little pockets of sudsy water, or whatever you call it, the bubbly water, in between the rocks, right? That's a cool little thing that I could do that I just wouldn't have thought of on my own. Unless, you've seen it in nature and you observed it and paid attention to it. Hello, everybody. Can you see me? Yes, I can see you. I keep getting weird errors trying to message. Oh, weird. But yeah, how are you, Vegas? It's soap bubbles after washing cat. No, it's not. It's not soap. But I think the point is references. You might find references, say for rocks, and say I've painted rocks before. I don't need references for rocks. But what you don't know is that you might find something in the image, in a real image with rocks that you just, Joe, where's the show? Oh, I'm showing my reference, and I can't show my reference with the show. See, this is what happens when I turn on the slideshow. Bloop, it goes away. Yeah, I got my references going on. So that's, I was just trying to make a point of why references are good, even if you feel like you don't need them, because again, rocks aren't the most complicated subject matter, but you might find something like these little sudsy or bubbly currents caught between the rocks, these little things, I don't know what you call them, that you just never thought of. And you don't always know where you're going to find something, right? It might be, again, my classic examples of, you Google a rock wall. Again, rocks and walls aren't exactly new subjects, but you Google it anyway, and you find little plant life growing between the cracks of the old rock wall, right? You're like, ooh, that's a really good idea. I didn't think about adding that to my rock wall. Or then you Google another old rock wall, and instead of seeing cracks in the wall, you actually see graffiti. And you're like, oh, I didn't think about adding graffiti into my rock wall. That's a way to make it look, old and worn, right? It certainly doesn't look pristine and new. So yes, you just never know. You wouldn't have thought of it otherwise. And so yeah, references are a really fun way to learn. And and it's cool because it changes how you think of like to communicate old rock wall or whatever. Okay. Cool, thank you. I'm doing well, says Vegas, working on homework for art class. It's our final project. Oh, very nice. Oh, Vegas, I really like what you did with like the pinball machine looking thing. That looked like a cool project. I like that. That you shared in Discord. And speaking of which, if anyone else would like to share in Discord, I do have a Discord, !Discord in chat. In the off chance that someone's listening on YouTube, probably not at 3 hours in, but if you are and you'd like to join our community, you can either go to Twitch, even if I'm offline, and type !Discord, and you can join our Discord, or you can maybe find it in the description. I don't actually know. Hi, YouTube. No, there's no chat on YouTube, so yeah. But moderator, people say hi. Yeah, I don't put chat on YouTube. I wonder if there is a way for me to have chat on YouTube without having it on my stream. Like, export a version, like, have a separate invisible overlay that is only visible to the exported YouTube version. That would be kind of cool. Huh. I bet you Skittle knows. Skittle is like my go-to person for all of these questions. I bet you he knows. I feel like there should be a way because you can do it with audio. So maybe you can do it with visuals too. Huh. I bet I could figure it out. That might be something worth doing. Because then it makes it more engaging if people are actually watching, because then they can see what the chat's saying, even if I'm not saying anything. Yeah, I could probably separate it. Yeah, that would be interesting. Because I feel like, what do I have to lose? Like, chat, anyone here is seeing chat, so it's not like they need it. But it would make sense. Okay, so yeah, anyway, I'm just thinking out loud now. Shouldn't do this stuff on stream. Thinking about how to stream, basically. Vegas says, thank you. It was a rough sketch. I think I showed earlier. I'm working on the final piece now. Oh, nice. Is it of the same project? I feel like a project like that's cool because it seems very practical in the sense that you're rendering forms. So it's geometric forms, a lot of spheroid objects. So yeah, it seems like it's just very practical, and you get to do something cool. So it's it's not just like drawing a box over and over. Cass says you're doing a good job reading the messages out loud before you reply to them, so it's still a coherent conversation, I think. Yeah, I mean, I try. I've been a little bit more conscious of it lately. I think I've slipped a little bit. That's something that sometimes I get a little complacent and I just start responding without even reading who or what's going on. So, yeah. But it's always a thing. And again, sort of on the, self-critiquing and improvement sort of mindset of, thinking about things and trying to change and get better at stuff. Existential Crisis says, I attempted red and orange and yellow themed landscape. Could I get some criticism on it? Oh, absolutely. If you'd like to share it, I'd love to see it. I can't guarantee that the advice I say will be important or valuable at all to you, or I may just choose not to give criticism depending on if I think it's if I don't think I'm going to be suited to do that. How do you share it? There's a few ways. There's sites like Imager that you can go to, imgur.com, or you can drop in our Discord and literally just drop the image in our art chat. You can do that, and then you can... hello? That's not how I spell Discord. Discord. Sorry, I typed it wrong. I was like, why is that not working? So probably in Discord's the easiest, although technically it's one extra step from you. That is to join the Discord, manage your way to the art channel, which requires like a click of an emoji in the right channel to like say that you agree to terms and not really it's not terms and services. It's basically a bot prevention measure. But yeah, you have to like join the welcome page, click the emoji, and then you can go to the art channel. But once you're there, you drop a link in the art. You just drop your art in the art channel, it uploads it, and then anyone can view it. And then you can even grab a direct link and put it right in chat. Or again, you could upload it to like an Imager type site, and then you can grab the link from there and drop it in chat. So either way, you can drop links in chat, or you can even upload it to like an Instagram or Twitter or something. There's not really a right or wrong way. They posted. Okay, let me take a look. All right, and I will drop the. Can I drop the link in our Twitch chat so everyone else can see as well? Is that something? Ooh, this is beautiful. I like it. Let's see. Photo of screen and screenshot. I'm gonna saturate. Wait, is the one photo of screen and screenshot? Photo of screen and screenshot. Oh, I see. Okay, so they're the same image. Dang, the color difference is huge. Okay, I'm gonna share this one. Actually, I don't know which one to share. The darker one's a photo of the screen. Okay, I'm gonna do the direct one then. Yeah, I mean, I don't really have any advice, honestly. I think you did a good job. You know, depending on what you want to do with it, right? If you were just gonna like scale it up and start detailing it, there's always room. It's funny. I posted an image today of Anthony. I don't know why I've mentioned like 3 times today. Anthony Avon's art. Here, I feel weird doing this on screen, but I'm going to again because he's awesome. I should give like he doesn't stream, but anyway, so I think a thing you could do is basically just start describing forms. I mean, again, it's sort of a choice of where you want to go with it. You could even just keep it very graphical like it is now, but like if you kind of squint your eyes, like you have strong shapes. But I think there's like you could go in and make, darker shadows in areas like, underneath the edges of things, right? You put a little dark edges, you put, because like right now if I just zoom in here, like I can't you can't see my cursor, but this is like all one color. But then there's like the dark lines of like those little crevices and nooks and crannies in the rock where the cracks are. Those really dark things. That's where I think you can get some really juicy details. And I think when you're just painting rocks, this is a really good example of something you could do. This is a beautiful painting. I agree. The details are so good. I was talking earlier about how I'm not a detail person, but this just makes me want to be a detail person, right? Like, look at these details. They're just so good. Anthony Avon is the artist, by the way, not mine. This is not my art. This is like a fully finished rendered art. My art is not. So you can't compare the two. But yeah. But yeah, so that's something like, because I think the foundation is pretty good, right? I mean, you could probably add a little bit of variation, like that back mountain. Right now, it's a little more desaturated and grayer, but the values are pretty close. You could probably do a separation between the two to make them even more separate. But I think as long as, but I think as some of that could also come out in the occlusion shadows. Honestly, I think it's really good. I think it's a great, like, it's a great thumbnail. I hate saying it's a great start, but you know what I mean. Do I prefer to use photo bashing method sometimes? No, not really. I personally don't like to. I have, and I've experimented with it, and I've I feel like I've done it to an effect that I like. Um, I actually so I don't mind photo bashing. I feel like as sort of an illustration, I don't really like it. I think it's great if you want to quickly do like for concept art and you want to quickly show ideas and you want to just slap in some textures. But there tends to be a visual look that isn't very like a lot of artists like to focus on this thing that I don't like to talk about because I think it's the end result. But the big word that I try to avoid is style, right? A lot of artists like to focus on style, and I feel like with photo bashing, it just pushes everything towards this look. It has this similar style. And again, it's just a result of the process, right? You're using certain tools and processes that ends up having your art look a certain way. And there's certainly ways to have stylish, right, really interesting looking photo bashing stuff. But I don't know. I personally don't like that. I it's not a way that I enjoy working. It's not a visual style that I like. It's sort of this I don't know, it's just not something that I personally really like. So if I'm doing anything sort of painterly or illustrative, I definitely want I like hand painting stuff. Um I think if you're just trying to slap together some ideas or, doing concept stuff, I say absolutely go for it, right? Use whatever methods you can to get your ideas across. Um, especially if you're even, in certain cases, I think it's going to be important, depending on what you're working on, right? Maybe you get a commission to do a painting in a certain style, maybe a, Call of Duty official poster for Call of Duty. Yeah, you're probably going to be using 3D and photo bashing, right? Because you're going to want it nearly photorealistic because that's kind of the name of the game in certain things. So I think it depends on what you're doing, but I think for like personal work, it's just not something I'm interested in. I don't really enjoy the process there, so um yeah, that's pretty much it. Don't really have anything against it though. I have I think so. I will say, photo bashing I think has some very valuable things. So the first is to learn your tools. If you want to learn Photoshop like photo editing tools, learn photo bashing. Right, you're gonna learn how to adjust. Um, I thought the name of the game was Call of Duty. Vegas, Vegas, and your jokes. Um, But yeah, so photo bashing is great to learn photo editing tools, things like adjustment layers, things like decreasing, increasing saturation, and all those things. Pick either adjusting the lighting, right? Oftentimes it's like silhouetting objects and repainting in the light sources yourself, right? Pick understanding, picking the right perspectives on things on your photos, finding resources that line up with perspective and lighting, stuff like that. It actually takes a lot of work and little fiddling with the tools to do it well. And I think it's a good exercise in that. Another thing is actually, I think there's a good learning opportunity there. Uh, this is, I realize we're doing a lot of not painting today, but let me find an image of a flower field. Flower field. Oh, that's not how I spell field. Field. There we go. Flower field. Here we go. Copy image. File open. What's going on? Uh-oh, I've goofed something up. One moment. I'm trying to save. I have made a blunder. I'm trying to open my file, but then I realized I was in the file I was trying to open, which makes me a little concerned that I saved over something. Okay, here we go. So let's say this is going to be a field of flowers. Well, what if you don't know how to paint that, right? Flowers are, you don't want to go in and paint every single flower. That's absurd, right? That is not how you paint flowers, right? You're like, what, how do I even start? One really not bad way is to take an image. You start to photo bash, so you treat it as sort of photo bashing, right? Maybe you do things like you adding it to an overlay. Maybe you drop the saturation. And you get it to a point where you can kind of start to see some texture, right? Like, okay, there's kind of some texture in there. And one thing you can do is just, if you could even blur it first, but you could literally color pick and paint, say I'm going to take all the shadow colors, and you're just going to paint in the shadows. So you're going to come in here, and you're, again, so this is what it looks like, right? I'm literally coming in here and filling in just the shadows, right? And maybe some of the lights, and you're kind of just in one little area, you make all these little scratchy marks. Where the light is, you paint the light. Where the dark is, you paint the dark, right? You're not really trying to make it look like anything, right? You're not painting a single flower. Maybe you do pick up some of the flowers. But all you're focused on right now is lights and darks, right? You're literally picking the color. And I'll show you what is going to happen here once I'm done with this. I'm literally just painting over, almost like you're cheating, right? You're like, I'm going to pretend that I'm the one painting this, but really I'm just painting over. So what you do, once you've done this, and this is purely to learn, right? This is a way to learn. Now when you turn it off, you have these little patterns, right? You have these patterns of light and dark. Now you could be like, oh wait, that's actually a way for me to paint this. And now you can start replicating it, right? All these little dark shapes. And if you do it well, you can start to realize there's these little interspersed patterns of light and dark, right? So you have these little patterns of light and dark and different values. It's not all the same color, right? And this is what flower fields can look like, right? So extrapolate that to a big field, and now you have stuff like this, right? You have these little interspersed light and dark, right? You have little blobs of red and yellow, right? You have little things like this. It starts to emulate these flowers, and it starts to give you an idea of how you might approach painting this. Now I'm not even using the reference, right? I'm literally just mimicking these shapes. I'm just like, oh, there's these little things. Now I did this very chicken scratchy, so it doesn't look good. But the idea is that you start to get a sense of, oh, these shapes are like 90% dark. There's like mostly dark shapes in here. There's just a little bit of light chicken scratch on top. And I think that's not a bad way of approaching it. So yeah, I think this is it's not a bad way to learn how to paint things like textures, to kind of see what it looks like when you just layer over patterns of black and white. You could even change this to black and white. So you'd go like, you'd make a layer or something, and you'd literally just change it to black and white. So that's another thing. Okay, let's take a look, Vegas. Ooh, this is cool. Oh, nice. Oh, this is from the top view. Dang, this is cool. This reminds me of Secret of Nim soundtrack. Oh, kinda. I don't know if this is the song you were talking about. But anyway, so yeah, I do think photo bashing has uses, and I do think it's worth. And again, I mentioned this early at the start of the stream. I think learning anything and everything relating to art is worth it, right? I think it's worth it to learn how to use AI, even if you hate AI. I think it's worth it to learn how to use, painting in charcoal, even if if you don't have any desire to, right? I think it's worth it to learn things because you don't know what you're gonna learn from it. You don't know what the takeaway is, right? Again, this is you just simply don't know how valuable it can end up being unless you try to go on that journey, and it might be a total waste of time. But again, it's not a waste of time because you learn something that again, you learn something about it, right? At the very least, you can then argue about why you don't find it valuable, right? Like, maybe you try watercolor and you're like, it wasn't for me, or, oh, I don't recommend it if you're doing this kind of paint. Like, again, it's hard to have an opinion on something if you don't know about it, right? So at the very least, you learn what your opinion is. And at the very most, you learn something that you never would have learned without doing it in the first place. And so, yeah, it's worth it. So I'm never somebody to be like, oh, don't do that. I don't like it when people tell you not to listen to something or not to learn something. Because again, you don't have to find it valuable. You don't have to be, a slave to everything you listen to or watch or learn. Like just because I try something doesn't mean I'm gonna love it. It could just be terrible, and I could be like, this sucks. But that's okay because now I know it sucks. So I think there's an argument to allowing yourself, but again, you don't have to. I mean, art ultimately is about enjoying it, and if you're not enjoying it, don't do it. Not everybody needs to take my approach. That's just would be absurd. Like, I really don't believe that people need to all, take art as seriously as me or not, or less serious, or, whatever. You do you. But I do think there is an element of, this is one of those things I mention a lot. I think, God, I'm gonna sound so egotistical here. I think the world would be better off if a lot of people had sort of a curiosity to them where they're very open to try things and learn and be explorative without sort of being caught up in whether like they're I don't even know where I'm going with this, but like, oh yeah, I remember. Okay, so I think I wouldn't ever tell someone, say, you have to do this, but I think there is a part of me that does find tremendous value in thinking like that. Like, you don't have to, try to learn anything and everything, right? You should, and it just like it's like, I think there's value in getting out of your comfort zone, but at the same time, if you just want to be comfortable, there's nothing wrong with that either. But I also think, people kind of owe it to themselves a little bit to try to figure out what is actually best for themselves, right? So it's like it's a good question to ask yourself. So I wouldn't ever assert it on anyone, but I also think that, for me personally, I owe it to myself to explore stuff, right? I think that's the way that I'm gonna best, be the best. Again, it's really cheesy, but be the best version of yourself, right? Is by trying things out and learning, right? That's how you're gonna learn. Or that's, to me, that's like the best way to learn. Again, I'm not telling someone that they're a bad person if they don't like doing that, but I feel like I owe it to myself to do that, and I feel like other people kind of owe it to themselves too. But ultimately, different people like different things, so who am I to judge? So yeah, maybe it comes off a little judgmental. I don't know. I have this view a lot, and I talk about this very view a lot. It's a hard thing to articulate, and I think the easiest example is to use like Karens in grocery stores or whatever, like people who like to throw tantrums and let me speak to your manager about little things. I am not that person, right? I don't have it in me to do that. I just don't like causing problems for other people. I don't want to cause a scene. I very much stick to myself. But I am so grateful for people who are willing to do that because I think it's good that there's all types of people. So I don't want everybody to be just like me. I'm glad there's people who are different. But I also think the world would be a horrible place if everybody were a Karen. So I think a lot of people owe it to themselves not to do that, right? Like, I'm glad there's both types of people, but I don't think it would be a good place if everybody did that, right? Because most of the time, the Karens are wrong. Not always. Sometimes they're right, and that's when they're really important. It's good that they exist, right? But and if your name's Karen, I apologize. I know it's a stupid name for a type of generalization, but I think it's funny, and I think it gets the point across. Like there's so yeah, it's yeah, I do think it's good if people think a certain way, but I don't want everybody to think that way because that wouldn't be good either. So it's sort of a like yeah. So I guess there's a bit of a double standard. All right, I'm gonna hold myself to a different standard than I hold you to. It doesn't mean that, but I also would kind of hope that you hold yourself to that standard. And again, there's probably people who would look at me and be like, "Dude, you are such a hypocrite. You don't hold yourself to any sort of standard. Compared to what you could be doing, you are lazy and all this stuff." And it's like, yeah, they're probably, it's all relative. Um, so I'm not exactly I can't be acting like I'm high and mighty over here because I'm not. Okay, now, I am trying to paint this thing. I realize I haven't done a lot of painting, so I probably will go a little late. So I'll probably go for another 45 minutes or so before I end. I'm gonna use some brush back here that kind of is fluffy a little bit. I don't know what this is, but it kind of works. Whatever. We'll go like this. I'm not quite sure if this is watered over here, where it's coming from. Oh, let's look at the watery stuff in a moment. We had these little pools of white water swirling around the rocks, and then followed by nearly black water down below. But not just black water, but like water with gray and yeah, a lot of gray. So I'm gonna try to replicate that a little bit. Again, I might not do it well. And that's okay. How often do you use blending modes on your layers? Um, mm, Fairly often. I use it for I use it a lot for overlay and color dodge. I don't typically use a lot of also hold on, let me yeah, I don't I make new layers all the time. As you can see, I just did that. Anytime I want to like do something major, I will change stuff. But yeah, I don't really do that a lot. Mostly for blend. I use it a lot early when I'm experimenting. Sort of in the early process, there's a lot of exploration where I just try things out and go with the flow. And when I don't even know what I'm gonna paint yet, there's a lot of playing around. But yeah, if I'm when I'm just painting like this, typically it's not unless it's like, oh, I want to add in some light. Sometimes there's color adjustments and stuff that I'll do. Um, Ooh, this is okay. Okay, I like this. So there's a gray here that I like. It looks very red, which is nice because that means I can paint the underside of these rocks, and it's gonna look red. So I'm not actually using red. So now I have 3 colors, right? I have the blue. I have the, well, technically green, but I have like the grayish color and then the bluish color. I guess that's not really 3 colors. That's really 2 colors. But yeah, I have the blue and the gray, which I think is nice. I think it makes the rocks quite decent. I think I could also put some of that in here. I could even probably shift this actually straight over to red. This might be a bit much, but it might give some nice colors. With some actual pink in here, down in the shadows. Again, I have a lot of fixing of values to do, so I'm a little aware that this is not going to look great at first. I don't even know if I'll end up making it look okay by the end of stream, but I will try. Because I'm kind of running out of time, but painting rocks is something I actually quite enjoy, and I could just, you know, hang out here for a while and just paint these rocks. Adding a little bit of blue ambient light, because we have blue shining down, right? So the tops of the rocks are going to catch some of that blue light. Especially if they're wet, they're really going to glisten in some spots. But mostly they're just going to have this soft blue on top. It's not going to be super bright. I do want to get rid of some of this green. Here, let me do grassy riverbank. I'm literally just going to type that in. Grassy riverbank. I need more references here. This is something that I'm... Okay, well, that's just an ugly image. Okay. This is a bit more good. Ooh, this is nice, too. Grass and rock. Okay, I want grass and rocks. Grass and rocks. Oh, that's actually a really good one. Look at this. Look at this image. This is like almost perfect. Totally different vibes. I could, if I wanted a similar vibe, I could probably grab like a blue and just go bloop. It's literally that. Not quite, but you know, pretty close. Where you very quickly get some different colors in here, but like, okay, well, this is a good pattern to look at, right? You have these rocks, you have these different shapes, and yeah, maybe I can use some of that in here. I don't need to be quite as bright because obviously it's a different light setting. This is also very, very, but maybe we can brighten it up a little bit. Hello, how are you, Majar? Yeah, this painting is not very bright right now. Probably but yeah, let's keep painting the rocks. Keep painting the rocks. Hopefully by the end here, I won't make a muddy mess of things, but we'll see. Maybe I will put a little bit of light in here. Could be fun. No, that's probably too green for now. Yeah. I'm getting to the point where I'm a little bit tired, but I do also am kind of liking where this is going. and I haven't been painting that long on it because I've been chatting so much, and again, definitely not blaming anyone other than myself, but it's yeah, it's a thing. It happened. Lots of chatting, very little painting. So if you're catching me on YouTube, I feel free to like times 10 speed, and it still might be slow. Okay. Um, yeah, I'm trying to paint some little rocks in here. Just little piles of things. Again, not really I was talky as well. No. It's never blaming you guys. This is I talk with my hands a lot, and you guys can't see me, so it kind of defeats the purpose. But so that basically means sometimes I'll stop painting when you guys are chatting, or when I'm chatting, I stop painting. It's not a you problem, it's a me problem. I need to get better. Again, skill building here. I just need to get better at talking. So yeah, that's a me thing. Trying to add some green here. Basically just lots of layers, lots of and by layers I mean horizontal layers, so like stripes almost. Also, here's a composition thing. I have these little rocks back here, which I kind of like, but I want them to show, or I want them to pop. I hate that term. But here we go. So I can just put the bright green behind it. That way there's a rock in front of it. So overlapping shapes, very important in environments. Probably one of the most important things actually you can learn is overlapping shapes. It's how you get a sense of depth, or one of the ways. Layers of depth. And adding little bands is one of the best ways. Let's see. I also realize this is not not everything is perfect here. I really enjoyed chatting with you and watching your artwork, Joe. No, I enjoyed you being here. It always makes stream, well, I should say more fun. Stream is always pretty much fun, but it definitely does make it more enjoyable when there's people chatting. So I guess it is fair to say it makes it more fun. But I don't want to make it sound like, people are required to chat or else I'm not going to have a good time. Like, I can still find stuff to say. But I think in general, yeah, it's always great when people are hanging out and chatting. It really does make it enjoyable. And yeah, I appreciate you being here. And of course, I appreciate everybody who stopped by. I'm not ending yet, though, so I don't know why I'm sounding like I'm wrapping up. Okay, I definitely have a value issue in here, which is okay. I can fix it. So let's do it. I'm gonna go full on fog mode. Okay, let me think about this. I'm gonna change my painting very drastically. A little bit of blue in here. Okay, so there's that. And then I'm going to do a little bit more over here. And then maybe some back here. Stillness is also enjoyable. Yeah. Yeah, it's nice. This is actually, it's funny when I'm doing lasso tooling. It's almost like a little bit like holding my breath. I don't know why, but it's a very hard thing for me to do um, while talking. Because it requires an element of like precision, kind of. But yeah, it's funny. So yeah, that I always like slow down. Okay. I like these big rocks. They're kind of fun, but I think right now the shapes are a little bit un unnatural. So maybe I can add in some rocky faces where the light meets the. There we go. Basically, if it's sky facing, I want it to be blue. If it's ground facing, I want it to be reddish. That's kind of the name of the game here. Um, so yeah, that's kind of what I'm trying to do. There's that. I don't really know what these are. This blue and pink and purple and stuff, but I guess I can put some flowers in here or something. Trying to keep some of the pink. Again, this is kind of a weird color palette, I guess. It's kind of cool. Maybe some pink blooming flowers kind of exploding outward. This painting still needs something. It could be a strong light source, I feel like. Again, I don't need white light, but it would be good to bring in something that's a little bit brighter. I feel like back here, right in the back of the clouds, this is where we can get some brightness. Something like that, where we get these little misty. Trying to really carve out these shapes. Basically, I'm just trying to silhouette everything. I'm trying to make it look like it makes sense, essentially. Also, yeah, getting a little bit of white back here where the mist is gonna be. Maybe there's these little flowers or fields. I'm really trying to pop the contrast and make it, yeah, make it better, basically. And I think I'm succeeding. I think I've already made this a huge improvement from that to that. So here, if I go like this and I merge these, actually even this, right? Like the difference between that and that, I feel like is already quite significant. I feel like shapes have been cleared up. I still think I can push it further, right? Particularly with lighting. I don't think there's a lot of light coming in here. And again, I don't want it super duper I don't want it like light blasting direct sunlight, right? It's not going to be quite as intense, but I do want there to be an element of I'm stunned. Also, for some reason, this shape back here reminds me of an Easter egg. This whole painting reminds me of Easter. I don't, it's like, maybe it's creeping into pastel-y colors or something. I don't know. Maybe it's the pink. I don't know what it is, but I'm not too worried about it. I'm gonna try to continue to cruise through here, and okay, I gotta figure out. Let's start asking questions. I've been big on asking questions, but I think I've slacked a little bit. Where is the focal point? I mean, it seems obvious. It's kind of here, like it's guiding our eye up here. So I think I can. Here, I'm gonna make a new layer before I do this, but I'm just gonna come in here with this bright color and just start silhouetting stuff, kind of slapping in sort of a light layer. Maybe some rim lights in here. I'm just using the same color as the grass for now, but we can always change it. Maybe also back here. I can do more than a rim light in a moment. Actually, I will right now. This might be a bit much, admittedly, but I think it's okay. And then we'll get this little calm area up here. This little rocks over here. We could even go some up here. That might be a bit much, though. Could even do like stuff like this, right? Where we put a lot of light back here. I do think this one is needing a lot of stuff. Oh, also, I guess an announcement. Not really an announcement, but every Sunday, which is tomorrow, we typically spend about an hour in Discord, just or watching it like an art video, an art tutorial. It's very early in the morning. I have a time link to one of the channels. It says it's like called Sunday Art Channel or something, Sunday Art Time, and basically it's 8 a.m. my time. I typically watch like a Bobby Chu art interview video or something, so some YouTube video or something. People can recommend videos as well, and we'll watch those instead. But I typically have something that I've either saved throughout the week or I find on a Sunday morning to watch, just to kind of keep myself sort of accountable to keep learning things and trying stuff. Um, I don't typically paint necessarily right then, but I just watch stuff. Um, it's easy to get sort of lazy and complacent and not really trying to learn anything new. So I do that on Sundays. I pick the video or you guys recommend it, and then I will share my screen, and yeah, we just hang out and chat. Not typically on voice. Sometimes we have voice, but not while the video's going, because then it's hard to I don't want to like pause to chat. But yeah, so we typically just hang out sometimes. I'm always there. It's not always super busy. There's normally like one or two other people sometimes, maybe sometimes five or six. But yeah, it's just kind of a way for myself to stay accountable, to keep learning things, and yeah, anyone's welcome to join. You still don't have the hand ability to do this traditionally. Yeah, precision is hard by hand for sure. I mean, yeah, it's but I don't think that's fine. I mean, I think that's fine, Vegas. I don't think you need to. I mean, I was kind of ranting about this earlier a little bit. There's there's a lot of misconceptions in art, right? And I talk about this a lot. And one of them is sort of we were talking about this idea that the lack of references. What time am I? I am Pacific Daylight Time or Pacific Standard. It's 3 p.m. for me right now, and 7 hours ago is when we will start tomorrow. So right now it's almost 3 p.m. and we will start at 8. So whatever time it is right now, 7 hours ago is when we're gonna start tomorrow watching videos. If that's what you're asking. I don't know how else to frame it, but yeah, right now it's 3. We on Sundays I watch videos at 8 a.m. and so yeah, 7 hours. Or another way to put it would be 3 hours before stream starts, which I don't stream tomorrow. But if stream were to start tomorrow, it would be 3 hours before that. Drawing straight lines and exercise might be useful. Yeah. But anyway, to go back to what I was talking about, we were talking about how there's like some misconceptions about like how using references is cheating, and I was getting into sort of the weeds on why I think some people view it that way. And I think there's this idea of, and one of the factors, again, I don't think it's even the primary factor, but I do think it's a factor. There's sort of this idea or almost like a movement I think that a lot of artists have where it's sort of this like back to basics mentality, like the more primitive you can make the experience, the more authentic and real it is. You like using fancy tools is somehow less authentic than using, a twig and charcoal, right? There's this idea that like you want to do things organically, um, working with the materials, working with nature, doing like I don't know, there's some ideas that like the more techy you get, the less artistic it is, and the more tools you use, the less authentic. And if you use references, it's not as real as doing it straight from your brain, as if it's like either or. Like I think there's some weird mentalities around sort of the primitive or reduction in tools and reduction in how you're making art, and just it's more pure to do it with, like it's more pure to not use rulers, or like I think these are totally garbage notions, and I think it's totally valid to use any tools. And I think there's this, I don't know, there's this idea that like the more basic you can get, the better. I don't know, I don't really understand it, but I feel this sort of that sentiment sort of rings throughout what some people say when they talk about art. Like, painting on one layer, and again, I paint on mostly one layer, but I don't think it's superior. And I've mentioned this many, many times. The fact that I mostly paint on one layer does not mean I think it's superior. But yeah, so yeah, when it comes to things like using tools and making things very accurate and precision, I don't view that negatively at all. I will say I think there is an appeal to making things a little organic, but I definitely don't think it's actually superior. So yeah, I don't think it matters. Like not doing, if you can use Photoshop or digital tools to do something, like do it. I don't know, right? Am I weird in that? Yeah, I don't think you should think of like, oh, I this is like the end goal. Like I don't think it's really any more noble to paint in a certain way. Ooh, this is a beautiful waterfall. All right, time to try to paint this waterfall. I found a really cool reference photo. Look at this. Look at this reference photo. Is this not a beauty? Well, I'm not allowed to do digital for this, but I can use other traditional tools like compass or even stencils. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, or rulers. Yeah. Look at these waterfall shapes. They're so good. I mean, I realize they're real life, but it's also long exposure. But like this is like I could stylize this and use these as like a reference a little bit. Obviously, I'm not gonna, I can't just superimpose it. It's totally different, but it's yeah, good reference to learn and practice from, try to simplify these and make fun shapes. That's what I'm gonna do. gonna make a new layer. Gonna paint some interesting shapes. There's lots of little dark spots in here, which makes sense. I suppose it's about changes. Some people do not prefer to accept art is open to evolve. Yeah, I think it's that, but I also think there is. I don't know what it is. I'm not even sure if it's about change because people constantly will go back to basics. It's almost like it's like I used to do all this fancy stuff and now I am ditching it all to return to nature. It's sort of this like it's almost like the organic movement or like, only eating organic and non-GMO and all it's almost like that, right? Like you're trying the whole foods movement, right? It's again a lot of dietary stuff. There's good reasons to do lots of things, so I'm not hating on any of it, but it kind of feels like that in the art community. It's like I'm gonna oh, I've been painting digitally, but now it's time to go back and do traditional art. And it's sort of this superiority of like the old ways almost. Like I even remember, this is not really related to art, kind of is in hindsight. I had I mean, it's not going to surprise you when I say I had an ecology professor who, of course, they were very naturey, extremely naturey, but we were watching some like art thing about how that, humans interacting with nature and creating art, and it's like those, rock thingies that get swept away by the ocean and they're impermanent and like this it's very artsy and like, it was sort of touting this like because it was primitive, it wasn't destructive, it didn't require a lot of tools, it was with your bare hands, right? You can touch the earth and smell it. It was somehow like right, it kind of had this naturey like primitive tone to it that somehow gave off this sense of superiority, which I found to be kind of BS. Like doing, it. I don't know. I get the point, but I feel like a lot of that it kind of is all this big tangled web of sort of. It's almost like an elite. I feel like it's a little bit elitist. Like, ooh, we're gonna paint with our fingers and make nice stuff. Therefore, we're better than people who paint with fancy tools. Like, look at us. We don't need these fancy tools. We can do it without. And I completely reject that. I think it's yeah, I mean, exactly. I mean, yeah, I don't think it matters. I don't think it matters at all. But I also think some people there is sort of this a mentality around it that it's almost like a culture almost of some people believing it. Again, I don't believe it, and I think most people probably don't either to some degree, but I think there's sort of like a echoes of it, right? It's like a systemic uh culture of like this weird back to basics mentality. Again, I don't know what you call it. Again, maybe I'm making this up. Maybe it's all in my head and it doesn't actually exist. But I feel like there is this sort of this sense that some people have that like if you can do something without a ruler, you are then better than someone who uses a ruler, right? Or if you can do something traditionally, you're better than someone who can do it digitally. Like this idea that tools, fancier tools are all just crutches, which I guess there isn't a very, very, again, extremely slight truth to some of that, right? I think sometimes if tools are super sophisticated, you can have an over reliance on them, and I think that's totally valid. But I don't think that's typically the case. And I think more or less it's not the case. Being fanatic in these beliefs affects the mind negatively and become to be more flexible. Wait, being fanatic in these beliefs affects the mind negatively to be more flexible. Wait. To be less flexible, you mean? Or more flexible? Being more flexible is good, right? I don't think it's good to be fanatical about those beliefs. I just feel like there is a sense of this in art communities. I'm not claiming it's a good thing. Hope I'm not sounding like I am. I I just feel like it's a thing that exists. Not that I'm endorsing it. Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of misconceptions have a ring of truth to them. Negatively more flexible equals less flexible, I think was was the point there. Oh, I see. Negatively more flexible equals, I think. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I mean, I think a lot of misconceptions around art that have people to have like kind of messed up views or elitist views, oftentimes there is a ring of truth to it. Kind of, again, kind of like the no reference thing, right? I think there is nuance, right? There is an element of if you have total mastery over a subject, then you oftentimes don't need reference to capture accuracy, right? If you are an architect by trade and you know a building or a style of building inside and out to where you could design it perfect, like, you understand that subject, you probably don't need a reference to draw it or to construct it, right? At some point, you can know a subject so well that you could draw it from memory accurately, right? Accuracy is not the issue. And I think a lot of people can achieve that. And so, in that sense, it's true that not using reference can be a sign of mastery. But we're not always talking about accuracy, right? There's other reasons to use references that have nothing to do with accuracy. I think it's just good habit to use them, even if you don't need them, because you never know when you might find something that's useful. Um, so even I still don't really buy it, but I do think there's a kernel of truth there where people who choose not to use reference, they can have there's this idea that like, oh well, they don't need it, they're superior, and again, that's faulty. But I don't think I think for some people, right, especially if you just look around and you see other people not using it, so if the process is important, then you do it the way you want, but if the end product is more important, then it's probably better to lean into these tools. I mean, even if the process is important, it's worth it to use them to some degree, right? Um, in fact, I would even argue in some ways if the process is important, depends on what you want out of the process, I suppose, right? Because if you want to form good habits in a rigorous practice, like learning it the right way, doing it rigidly at first and then easing up can be really smart, right? You don't get to the point where you can accurately freehand stuff if you've never done it the right way, right? Like if you haven't done it accurately, you're never just going to suddenly become super accurate. Like you have to work from the extreme precision in my opinion, and then you form good habits. I mean, same thing with reference, right? I think the best practices, no matter who you are, is to use references because you don't always know what you're going to get from it. And by going through the motion of finding references, even if you don't need it, you've at least opened yourself up to the possibility that you find an idea better than what you initially had, right? So even if you are somebody who only draws rocks and you know everything there is to know about every type of rocks and geology and rock formations and you can render them with your eyes shut, like you know this thing inside and out, even if that's you, hey, welcome Raiders. Oh, good night, Kath. Take care. Yeah, I'm ending stream here pretty soon, but I will greet the Raiders first before we head somewhere else. Um, uh, Silent Ranger, how are you? Welcome in. So yeah, I just think it's a good system to have to even if you are somebody who is essentially an expert, to go and find references because you just never know. Um, I mean, I just mean if you have a process you enjoy, do that. Yeah, true. It also depends on, again, this is where I think, yeah, in the end, that's what's important, especially if it's not a job. If it's a job, then you do what you have to get the job done. Yeah, that's fair. I agree with you. We were actually talking, were you here earlier when we were talking about process and how I feel like when I think of process, I'm not just talking about enjoying the moment. I mean, like, the the way you achieve an end result. So like if you're focused on the end result, then your process is going to be a way that allows you to make the best choices, right? It means you're allowing yourself to pivot, allowing yourself to come up with better ideas and do iterations, right? You're learning along the way, you're doing your research, you're doing your due diligence, right? You're taking time and care in each step, right? That to me, a good process leads to the best result, right? So if you are real, and again, this is where I think we have a different term. We were defining a term a little different. Because to me, somebody who like cares about their process probably also ends up like if you're only focused on the end result, you're probably going to get a worse end result than if you focus on the process. So it's kind of the art paradox, right? If you want good art, focus on the process, not the end result, right? It's like focusing on the destination and then the journey, like I don't know, you missed the memo of the change of plans along the way and you actually ended up at the wrong location. Something like that. Like there's an element of a because a good process has discovery built into it, right? Like if you're doing a creature design and an idea pops into your head, jumping headfirst into your design without ever questioning if there's alternatives, that's just bad process. Like you're not only are you going to end up something not as good, you just didn't allow yourself to discover. Yep, because still there are some rules of a game to play, right? Well, yeah, and the rules change, right? I think if a client says, and this is a tough one for me because I don't think I'm at the point where I'm not always at the point where people would when they commission me or or they hire me or however you want to phrase it. I'm not always at the point where I feel like there is 100%, like oftentimes it's more of like I want a product, but I think if to some degree at some point they want the idea to be like they want you to do the job because you do a good job at it, and by doing a like it's not like I want, I don't know, let's say you're doing a product design, right? Or you're a character design or illustration, right? It's not like the person has the idea in their head perfectly and they're like, I just want you to paint what's in my head, right? No. They're hoping that like they don't know what they want. They might even think they know what they want, but there's probably a good chance they haven't thought of everything, right? That's your job, right? As the artist, you're the one who thinks of the ins and outs of it. You're the one who solves the problems with composition and colors and ideas. And I think that's your job, right? That's not the person commissioning you. And I think you have to allow yourself to be the person who explores and develops and does all that. Um, oh, speaking of character design, how did your Chroma Core cadet come out? Not super well. I basically procrastinated up until the very end, and it was not amazing. But I had fun with it, and yeah, I basically probably worked on it for a total of 3 hours, maybe 4 hours, possibly. So it was not amazing. I didn't get selected, which is okay. I kind of would have been upset if I did in a way because not upset. I would have been in shock. But yeah. So yeah, it was okay. I think all in all, it was, I actually liked the idea, but I didn't do, again, I didn't do what I'm talking. I literally did not do what I'm preaching here, right? I didn't do a lot of iterations. I didn't think the design through well. I didn't try lots of different stuff. So yeah, it was a little haphazard. And time for me to go. Nice to meet you, Joe. Yeah, so thankful that you were here. Hope to see you again. I am Kadir, by the way. See you later, hopefully. I will maybe not remember that. I will try to remember Kadir, but I try not to make promises with remembering people's names unless it's in their screen name because there's a lot of people typically coming through and I'm bad at names already as it is. But yeah, I will try to do my best to remember, but I'll probably just refer to you as In and Out because that's literally in your name. So I'm apologizing beforehand. But yeah, thank you for being here, Kadir. I do appreciate it. It means a lot for people to stop in. Also, Sunrider, welcome in. I'm doing pretty good. Just been chilling, doing some Genshin teaching. Nice. I hope it's been going well. Yeah, but for anybody popping in right now, my name is Joe. I do a lot of art. Also, I'm painting very tiny. Um, I'm painting environments. It's pretty much my wheelhouse, if you will. It's what I like. It's what I do. Lots of environments. Today's painting, we did a lot of ranting, and also I'm kind of tired, which is why I'm going a little longer than normal. But I think all in all, kind of nice. Let's add some of these little flowers, some purple and pink flowers. Let's add these. Trying to add some accents here. I just think it'll look nice. I'm not really painting the flowers. I'm just kind of blobbing in shapes and stuff. Hey, this is pretty. Oh, thank you, Little Fox. How are you? Yeah, so I'm not really trying to paint the actual flowers. I'm just blobbing them. But I do want to get enough of little accent marks and stuff in here. And then I'm going to come in and actually delete some of them too, because some of it's a bit much. Maybe I'll come in here and do a messy chalk brush. Something like that. Again, not really trying to make it perfect. I think a little bit of this texture, a little bit of shapes and interesting things sticking up could be nice. Something like that. Little dark shapes in here, darks and lights. I don't want to go too detailed, but I also want to create a focus. I think focus is important. Not great now, but how are you? I'm doing really well. I'm very tired. I should not be technically streaming anymore today, but I am enjoying hanging out with everyone, and I'm very appreciative of everyone who is here. So I'm just kind of vibing, a little bit sleep deprived, probably. I don't know. I've been up for quite a while. I did take a little nap before stream though. I'll probably sleep as soon as stream is done here. Mhm. Yeah, I mean, it's not late for me. I mean, it depends on how you define it. I work night shifts kind of. And I was up at 10 p.m. mostly since 10 p.m. and then now it's 2 p.m. or 3 p.m. But I did take a nap before stream. Oh yeah. Yeah, it's late as in finished 10 minutes ago. Yeah. I almost always go a little long when I'm tired. I know it sounds contradictory, but I have a reason. It's not intentional, I swear. I can actually explain the reason. It's a little counterintuitive, but the reason I typically go a little long is probably just because I have poor impulse control. But no, the real reason is the reason I go long is because I like to end stream on sort of an upbeat when I'm satisfied with the painting, and it just takes me longer to get to a point where I'm happy with it. That's basically it. So it's like I'm constantly in procrastination mode. It's like I'm just never quite satisfied with where I'm at. Uh, so yeah, it's sometimes it just takes me a little longer. What were today's thumbnails? Let me show you. After I do this, I'm trying to push these into the background a little bit so they're less important. Okay. Let me give you a peek at the thumbnails from today. So today's thumbnails, if you are new here and don't know what we do thumbnails every stream. We do a bunch of sketches and ideas, and then we take those and we turn one of them into a painting. So today's we did a lot of green and blue. I had a reason for this. So yeah, we had some snowy and green stuff. Lots of snow, lots of green. You just need 1,000 more toilet rolls. They're not toilet rolls anymore. They are layers of depth. Wait, do they say toilet rolls? Wait. Yeah, they're no longer they're layers of depth now. They might say toilet roll somewhere. I might still have it written down somewhere. Okay, yeah, you can tell. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. But yeah, so we did a lot of blue and green thumbnails today, and the reason why I wanted to do blue and green was because I was making an Instagram post that will come out in I don't know. I was scheduling an Instagram post, and I as I was figuring out what I'm gonna put in it, I decided to gather up a bunch of old paintings of snow, so snowy paintings, right? Just anything snow themed. I was gonna gather up all these paintings that I've done in the past of snowy stuff, and I was gonna make a post. And I discovered that I they kind of all look the same. They're sort of all either snow and lava or white and blue, right? Not a lot of green. I didn't really have any greenery in my snow paintings. It was pretty much all like rocky and snowy. I had some desert type snowy stuff where you have like red and white, and I had a lot of blue and white, but I didn't really have right. Everything looked like this one. Hold on, everything looked like this, but with even less green. Right, it was very like grayish and snowy. But yeah, so I wanted to force myself to do some paintings like this with green and blue. We did not stick with the green and we did stick with a green and blue painting, but obviously it's not snowy. But that's fine. You like four? Yeah, four is good. Four was good, but it's not really what I was looking for. Um, Today's paintings though are they're yeah, it's something. If I squint, does this look right? Maybe. Let's do one more pass. One more pass. Hmm. And if you look through your thumbnail archive, I bet there's days you're not as happy with them as days. Oh yeah, absolutely, absolutely, 100%. But also it's funny looking back at some of my stuff. I did definitely stumbled across some paintings. I'm like, wow, I'm pleasantly surprised. Like I had forgotten all about this painting, and I still like it to this day, and it's like 2 years old. So yeah, there's some I've kind of made a commitment to myself to post a lot more on Instagram because I just have a backlog. I mean, I could make a post every day for the next like, you know, 2 years, right? And I would not run out of a painting that I did on stream. Not and that's not counting the thumbnails that I did, right? Like I could make so many posts. Now most of them I don't want to because I'm not terribly happy with a lot of them. Uh, but I do have a lot of stuff that I am moderately happy with, and so yeah, I wanna start sharing more stuff that I've again, if you've been following streams, you've seen it all, right? Because I've done it all on stream, but yeah, so I have a backlog of stuff. But yeah, in the process of digging through things, I'm trying to pull the best stuff to share. Like I don't, so I'm not gonna be like, you know, at some point if the quality is just getting so bad, I'm not gonna share it. So I'm not gonna be posting every day, but I will be trying to post on Instagram every stream day. So I've been doing that for about 2 weeks now, and yeah, it's working out. I know you guys are tired of hearing me talk about it, but I'm kind of obsessed with it. It's an Instagram scheduler. It's fantastic. It makes it kind of fun actually to use Instagram because you can just spend like an hour or two and you can just make posts and schedule them out for like weeks in advance. And it's kind of, I don't know, it frees me up to not worry about the quality of the post because I can kind of view them in totality instead of like trying to make one post at a time that's perfect or like waiting until something's good. I can just go back through all my old stuff and be like, yeah, this is good enough. This is kind of cool. Sure, I'll share this. And I can just slap them all up and make a little combination post, say, here's a bunch of sketches. I don't know. It's nice. So yeah, I've been enjoying it a lot. So there will be more posts on Instagram from me. I'd like again, I don't care about growth on Instagram. I don't really view it that way. Um I kind of I mean, it's funny in some ways I've always viewed Instagram as sort of just the place I drop my art and I can link people it if they care. Like if you want to see my art, you can go to my Instagram. If not, no big deal, but it's there if people want to see it. And I like using it that way. I think it's probably my favorite way. But I also know that I typically get like a follower or two every time I post, right? Or like maybe more than two. But like not many more, but there's a couple people who discover me each time. So even if it's one person or not even one person each time, I still think it's worth making posts. So I'm gonna start doing that more. And even if that completely stops, that's fine too. Because at the very least, it's still a place I can direct people. Okay, these rocks should probably have dark Or actually, hold on. Let me take. Listen, if your Instagram goes back to 2019, if you scroll back, you can see the phases of my art went through. Yeah, that's cool. That alone is a reason to keep posting, right? I feel like that's a reason to keep posting. What if I do like an overlay? I think overlay is a bad move here, but maybe not. It might be good. Trying to slap in some stuff. What if I do like green over here? Let's make a new layer and do overlay. Nowadays, I mainly draw animals, but I used to mainly draw characters. Yeah, it's good to switch. I think I also, it's funny. I think there's a benefit. So, one of the downsides of social media, definitely, is that as you start growing a following, or people start knowing who you are and what you do, you feel like you need to meet their sort of demands, right? Like, how can I just change what I do when like the place that I post it has been one thing up to this point? And I think there's an answer here, which is doing things like caring, like being more comfortable with posting works in progress also allows you, like, each post is less important if you post a lot, right? I've mentioned this before. And because each post is less important, it's not as big of a deal if you deviate a little bit, right? So like if you post, one image a month, if you once you have like, 2 years of images, right? So now you have 24 images. That 25th image, it's like you there's a lot of pressure to make sure it's the same type of stuff. Like going an entire month with only, you're essentially 2 months will pass if you change what you post, right? If you only post animals and suddenly you post an environment, that's 2 months of waiting before they can see another animal, right? There's 1 month between the first animal and then you did an environment, and then there's a whole nother month before they can see their next animal, right? So there's a lot of pressure on you to maintain what you've been posting if you post irregular, or you post seldomly. But if you just start slapping up works in progress, you start putting up everything. Now there's just not that much pressure. It's like whatever, you'll post tomorrow, right? Like I think the audience can deal with one day of an animal or an environment or whatever. Like so it kind of gives you a little bit of freedom to experiment a bit, I feel like. Not that you have to post your experiments, right? You can do that offline as well. But yeah, that's a thing. I feel like I don't know. That's even what I'm finding with using this buffer app, where it's like an Instagram scheduler. Just by scheduling things out, I can kind of not care about them as much because it's not super important. And yeah, I kind of like it. It gives me a little bit of freedom, or what feels like freedom, I should say. I just post when I can. Yeah. I mean, it's funny, I'm in a weird position, I guess, because I do a lot of thumbnails and I have a lot of little stream paintings from previous streams and all sorts of stuff. Like a painting a stream just ends me, after a couple years, 3 days a week. Like that's a lot of paintings. Most of them aren't very good, but it's still just a lot of stuff I can post, right? I could group them together as in threes. So when having not been very rigorous about posting, now it's like, okay, well, I can just I don't have to worry about it, right? If I start a new platform, I have a backlog of stuff I can post. Um, and so there all this pressure is kind of, I guess, a perspective if you're ever feeling stressed about posting and trying to keep up with it. Um, like if you're ever feeling stressed, I guess the perspective you can take is like just keep making art, and in the future you'll have a backlog of stuff that you can post if you ever really want to focus on growing. And actually it'll be easier because then you can maintain a good schedule. You don't really post because anymore because it just isn't that important to you. Yeah, it shouldn't be, right? And I think that's totally valid. It's funny. I actually didn't post for the longest time because of that exactly, and it still kind of isn't that important to me. But actually, it's shifted. It's just kind of fun. I kind of enjoy it now, and I only enjoy it because of this social media scheduler. I use Buffer, and it's genuinely fun to just like I don't know, slap scroll through my old art and comprise little like craft little posts like here's a bunch of forest paintings, right? And it's like it's a fun way for me to categorize my art, or here's a bunch of winter paintings I've done over the last years. It's like this is kind of cool for me to go back and discover old stuff. Or I can, and the fact that I'm scheduling them means I don't feel a pressure to be like, oh, I have to post today, or I'll be at work and be like, oh my gosh, I didn't post. I have to do that before I start stream. Like, no, I don't have to worry about it. It's just, I spend an hour here and there crafting posts, and I plan them out for weeks in advance. I can shuffle them around if I want, but if I want to, let's say I finish something today, I could just add it for the next one, right? I don't have to worry about stressing about posting, being on a schedule. Um, and the fact that I have a backlog of stuff makes it goes from me not caring to just me having fun with it. I still don't really care. Like if a post flopped and no one liked it, no harm done. It's just social media. But there's still that element of, hey, thank you guys for the follows. Sticky flying taco. And J Game, thank you. I'm sure there was some other followers. I did not catch everything. If there's any alerts or anything I missed, I apologize. Oh, I just crashed. Oh no. What did I lose? How long has it been since I saved? Thank you, Jay. You love how it look. Oh no. Love how it looks, but the question is, does it exist? Um, it doesn't look right. It didn't save, did it? Oh gosh, I don't know where this was. I feel like this was long ago. Why do I get the vibe that this was long ago? It's pretty close, right? Um, all right. Well, I'm gonna end here because I crashed and I don't know where I was. I feel like I feel like I lost a lot because I know I had put rocks over here. That was long ago. Yeah. Okay, well, this is the time to end stream. I'm gonna go back through the VOD and just I'll screen grab it and use that because I don't, yeah, that sucks. I may paint on this more though. I actually enjoy this one. I think it has some fun stuff to it. I was trying to save and then I got impatient and I moved the mouse and I clicked stuff and it crashed while I was saving. Um, so yeah. that's okay. I'm not too worried about it. I'll just look at the VODs and yeah, grab the screen. So it'll work out. Hopefully there will be an image that won't have the slideshow in it. But yeah, thank you all for being here. I appreciate it. Hope you all have a good rest of your day. Should have it brought up this as the recovery file. It might have a recovery file. I don't know. Open. I don't even know. I'll have to look for it. It might have a recovery file. Sometimes it doesn't do it properly, or yeah, we'll see. We will see. This isn't too far off. It's pretty close. I honestly can't remember. This might be closer than I think. Sometimes when I do something like that, like it closes, or which doesn't happen often, sometimes when it closes and I reopen it, I get like a new fresh look, and it's like my eyes realize how bad it was, and so it looks like I've lost a lot because my eyes are telling me it's not as good as it was, but I actually don't know. Um, I do remember painting rocks over here though, and fixing this dark edge. Um, I think I really lightened up the background and I really lightened up the foreground. So I'm pretty sure there's just a lot that's changed, but that's okay. Let's go find somebody to raid. And again, this is what I'm talking about when I try to talk about like not treating your art precious. Like I'm pretty okay with a lot of, stuff like this. Again, I actually did like this painting though, so it's kind of a bummer, but if I painted it once, I can paint it again. It's never, you know, art is a skill. I made these decisions based on judgments of the painting and what can be improved, and so my judgments are still the same, right? More or less. If I think that the sky should be brighter, I can still make it brighter. If I think the foreground should be darker, I can make it darker. So not really any harm lost, just a little bit of time, and it goes a whole lot faster when I'm not chatting and ranting, so I can always do that off stream. We are going to raid Skittle, and yeah, I will check for a recovery file. We're going to raid Skittle, and yeah, let's go say hi to him. We have a raid call if you'd like to copy and paste the raid call. Thank you guys so much for being here and being supportive. I really appreciate it. I will be live on Monday. Hope to see you all there, or some of you there. It is Monday, so people tend to work and stuff. But yeah, I will be here same time. Also, we have a Discord if you'd like to hang out on Sundays also, which is tomorrow. I do spend about an hour watching random art videos, or like, I don't know, artist interviews, or just various things on YouTube that relate to art and art knowledge and stuff. Just kind of my 1 day a week where I watch stuff. I'll screen share whatever I'm watching, and typically we type in chat and hang out. It's not streamed though. It's just screen sharing in Discord, and you're more than welcome to hang out. That's at 8 a.m. my time, so that's 7.5 hours ago, but tomorrow, so 3 hours before stream normally starts. And yeah, take care. See you all. Thank you all for the support. I very much appreciate everybody being here. And have a good rest of your weekend. See you.